Into the Breach is excited to be teaming up with Nine Line Apparel, a veteran-owned apparel company that celebrates the spirit of freedom, courage, and American values. Go check out ninelineapparel.com for freedom-loving patriotic gear perfect for your family members, first responders, veterans, and active duty service members. When you're done selecting the amazing merchandise and apparel Nine Line has to offer, punch in the code ITB20, that's India Tango Bravo 20, for a 20% discount off your next purchase at ninelineapparel.com. Vet TV is a streaming service created by veterans for veterans, with over 30 different series to choose from, including our new series Battle Lab that features special operations soldiers going head-to-head with the newest tactics and threats on the modern battlefield. Into the Breach listeners have an exclusive discount of paying $1 a month for the first 2 months of subscription with the code BREACH. So head on over to Vet TV and type in BREACH at checkout to receive this incredible offer for your Vet TV subscription. Thank you for listening, and now back to the show.
All right, we are rolling. All right, welcome back to the show.
What up, dog?
Justin, thank you for coming on.
No, it's my pleasure, brother.
I'm very excited today. This episode, we have Justin Bellamy. He is Army infantry, combat veteran of Sadr City in Missoula, and also CEO of TAC 11. Combat gear, it'd be like plate carriers, but mostly body armor.
Yeah, we focus mostly on body armor.
Mostly on body armor. Very well connected into the tactical, awesome bro community per se. But he works with his company is very accomplished and heavy hitters, especially for what you guys are doing, and for some fun secret squirrel units and all sorts of cool shit like that. So thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks, man.
All right, yeah, I'm pumped. This was a great one. You had a friend of yours had reached out and was like, hey, can we get Justin on your podcast? I'm like, absolutely.
And it came in like two layers, though. It was like my homie reached out to your homie, which they're mutual homies.
Yeah. I was like, do you know Morgan? You're like, I don't know him at all. And I'm like, oh, so you must know Nick.
Kyle Morgan?
Exactly. Yeah. Kyle Morgan. Yeah. No, I was like, oh, no, Morgan Lorette. And they're like, oh, so shout out to Morgan Lorette. Yeah. But yeah, they must be good friends because immediately I was like, oh, Nick, okay, cool. And whatever. But yeah, thanks for coming on. Thanks for flying out. We'll just get diving into it because we met up last night for a drink. To
we almost did the episode sitting down.
Pretty much. Yeah. We did 2 hours last night. We're gonna recap today. So we'll just kind of kick it off here. Where did you grow up, and why'd you join the Army? But what was your childhood like?
The origin story. Yeah, brother.
Yeah.
I mean, so small town Indiana. Essentially, it's the orthopedic capital of the world. They make like prosthetic implants, like knees and hips and stuff like that. Like that little town. I think when I was growing up, it maybe got to like 10 or 11,000 people. So it's a relatively small town, northern Indiana, and I don't know how detailed, and I don't want to disparage anybody, especially my parents, because I think my parents did a pretty good job, growing up. But we were in and out of trailer parks, sometimes had a house back in the trailer park, stuff like that. So we didn't grow up with a bunch of money, but I never felt like I really went without, So, and military life was never in my family. I think I had an uncle that was in the Army, and then a cousin that I think just maybe went to basic but didn't get past that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I keep
you're
hitting
good.
the mic.
Here, actually, I'll just push it. There we go.
So it really wasn't a thing.
Yeah.
And then in high school, I was kind of a skater punk. My older brother was like not the best citizen, in and out of like jail and stuff, like theft and drugs. And then I was kind of small town. You get associated with who your family is, but I was never like that. I was lazy, smart but lazy. Didn't want to do homework, but got A's on my test. So I was kind of like cruising through school with C's all the time because of that. And PE one day, I was able to dunk the ball when I was like in 8th grade. I'm only at that time maybe like 5'11", 5'10" maybe. And my PE teacher's like, Justin, why aren't you playing basketball for the school? Why aren't you on the basketball team? I was like, that's for preppy kids and stuff like that. And I was the one smoking in the bathroom, with my cousin and things like that. So I just never thought something like that was for me. That was for like the rich kids and preppies. And then she convinced me to try out for the track team. The track coach was my principal. And I was like, oh man, he's not going, there's no way, and I just kind of walked on the track team because I could apparently high jump. And essentially I was like undefeated for basically 2 years, went to state and all that. And I was like, wow, maybe I can do something more than what I think my pedigree tells me, And so fast forward to junior year of high school, man. It's one of my best friends I've known since 3rd grade. He's like, hey, man, you want to make $3,000 this summer? I was like, $3,000? Like dollars? This is 1998, Yes,
good
I'm
year,
that old.
good year. It's a good year. 98's a good year.
98's a good year. And I was like, how are we going to make $3,000 in the summer? He's like, go to basic training. I go, like the Army? He's like, yeah, but you come back. I was like, oh, okay. So I just got to go basic training. That's all I understood. So he takes me to the National Guard recruiter. And I go in there. I was like, hey, I'm down to go to basic training and make $3,000. And he's like, all right. This is an infantry unit here. And so that's going to be your job. I'm like, I don't know what that means, but whatever. And so I ended up going to basic training the summer between my junior and senior year of high school, because back then there was like a split option thing.
They still do it. That's
do they do it?
Oh, yeah, it's still a thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's still a big thing. Or, yeah, it's still a thing.
Yeah, it's a good way to get kids in, and especially if they don't have a whole lot of hope for anything else. Because in my town, it's like you go through school, you may or may not graduate, and then you work at the same factory everybody else does, I always felt like there was something more for me. Didn't know what it was and didn't know how to get there. But this is just the path it ended up being, And so we go to basic training, we come back, and then didn't realize I had to go to drill and stuff 1 week in a month and annual trainings. So they always have to call me, where you at? I'm like, at home? Where should I be? Oh, we got drill this weekend. You're already supposed to be in formation, this and that. And I'm just like, oh, well, I don't know.
That's awesome. That's so awesome. I love that. Like, I don't know.
I don't know. No one's.
I went to boot camp. I got my $3,000.
I thought that was it.
Yeah.
So I was always late and stuff, and end up having to do drill some other time, like make up for it. So I was like cleaning the armory and sweeping the gym floor over the weekend to make up for the time, because I got paid for it. I think it was like $100 though, as a private.
Yeah, it is. Back in the 90s, good money.
Dude. And so it was really eye-opening to see what I got to see as the National Guard, which then I later learned that's not typical. Like in Texas, there's some legit Guard units, man. It's got former like MARSOC guys and freaking former group guys that are in the leadership, man. And they freaking train, and they train right, This unit was back then, if they can't even get their private in the right place at the right time and let them know and make sure it happens.
And what was that like? I always loved talking to guys in the 90s, because that's way back. I joined in 05. So I always like to know, what was that like? I mean, like, what was boot camp like when you shipped off? And you're in that Guard. It's always different, too, from and Army's different. I was Marine Corps. Army's different. You guys go to different boot camps. Your like infantry is separate from like every other boot camp. So like if you are a certain job or MOS, you go to different duty stations for your boot camp. It's kind of foreign to me. Because we all just go to East or West Coast, but it's all the same boot camp. It's like 12 weeks, and then you go home. No matter what, reservists, everybody. And I know Guards different. Yeah, what was that like in the 90s? Like that summer, you're like, all right, well, that's it. It's over. What I mean? Like, information was not getting to you.
It was not. But boot camp basic was, we had all infantry guys in the whole, I would say, in the whole training battalion at least. So Sand Hill in Fort Benning. Fort Benning was home infantry and still is. Yeah. And because there's a lot of places you can go to boot camp in the Army. Like there's several places, but infantry all goes to Fort Benning. There are no females in your basic training class. I think the only females we saw was in the chow hall, and that was like, "What you want, baby?" Yeah. You know, hey, if you were there, you know what I'm talking about. You know, these black ladies. They're like, "What you want, baby?" You know, these Georgian ladies, man, and it was like, I think they try to get you in trouble and get you to like get them to put something sweet or like a snack on your tray, because you weren't allowed to have it. You want one of these? Oh, yeah, yes, ma'am. Yeah. Put it on there. As soon as you turn to go to your table, drills right in your face. What are you doing with that fat boy pill? You know. So it was very. I've never experienced anything about it. You know, I've never seen real videos of what it's like or anything. So I had really nothing to prepare me for what it was going to be like. So in basic training, we've done some. I have to get to this later, but we did some shiesty stuff, man. Having all infantry dudes there, a mix between active duty and guard guys that signed up, because it's all infantry at that point, you know. My goal was basically just because I didn't have a perception. I just shut my mouth and let it sink in and learn, and then just tried to execute what I was learning. And that's what I ended up telling my soldiers over time, you know, as a leader too, is like, your job is just to receive and execute. That's not what other people got out of basic training. They got, how much can I get away with, you know, or if I denied trainings, things like that. And I'm just kind of in the background because I didn't want the whole highlight on me at any point. Because once a drill gets focused on you, man, it's going to be even a rougher time, you know? So, yeah, basic was very interesting just because I had no idea what to expect, except what's on movies. But you never know if that's even true. And I remember this one time, man, the PX had a vending machine outside. And we kind of had, this is really before debit cards and stuff, so it was all carried around cash. And we nominated 2 dudes sit in the middle of the night to make a trip to the PX, get like a laundry bag full of candy and snacks and stuff. And the rest of us stayed there and just slept. Well, next thing you know, lights coming on, drills filling the freaking whole barracks, man. They're like, everybody up. And then toe to line, you know, at your bunk. And they're going around, it's like, was it you? And I'm like, I didn't even know it was actually happening that night. I just knew it was happening sometime soon. I was like, no, drill sergeant, I was asleep. And they got smart. They started like putting their hands in people's boots to see if they were warm, of who's actually worn them recently. Dude, it didn't take them but 10 minutes to figure out who the runners were. So apparently when they were trying to sneak back in the barracks, CQ saw them and then called.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we had to they found all the candy and they put it down on the drill floor, you know, the formation area. And then we had to do roving guard around, just walking around for hours around this bag of candy. Dude, it was painful. It was painful.
Middle of the night.
Yeah.
Too.
I mean, there was some stuff I think they did back then that they don't do anymore.
No.
I mean,
when I went in 2005, they just put in a rule, and they enforced it. Was you needed 8 hours of sleep.
Oh, we
like
didn't
so
have
they and again, I don't know how they worked it, but it's like I remember they could not mess with you past basically lights out.
Oh, no kidding.
So like you just make it to lights out. They can't mess with you. Like it was like literally the company commander. It must have came down from obviously headquarters.
Yeah, it had to.
They had to.
I mean, if you think about it, it makes sense because it could be a big
training risk. Yeah, sleep deprivation.
When you're out there on the range.
Yeah, because I was in San Diego, so you're like dehydrated. It's hot. You got kids coming from all sorts of the country, you know, doing all this, and now you're sleep deprived. Like that can really that later on. Anyways, but
accidents happen more often when you're sleep deprived, for sure.
For us, it was like, just get it to the lights out. Because once you get the lights out, you're like, okay, we're all right.
Yeah.
And they couldn't mess with you until the lights come back on again.
Shoot,
and I don't think they once. And I remember one time they kept us up past. They're like, if you guys want to, you can wink, wink, nod, nod. You should, just because we're getting ready. We were ready to go home. So we're like, yeah, fuck yeah, dude. We go home in like 2 days. Like, so it was kind of like one of those things of like, get your stuff ready. You guys can stay out, quote unquote, later, just essentially to prep, or whatever. And we were like, we're much further along, but yeah, that sucks.
I mean, there was always rumors, even back then, man. There was always rumors of stress cards, but I've never seen them. Never seen them. Yeah. And then one of my good friends ended up on the trail. That's what we call being a drill sergeant. And I was asking him, I was like, man, was there really, did you guys have stress? He's like, no, dude. Like, that's been basically a rumor even when I joined in 99, so I don't know how that came about.
We heard about it too. We were Marines, though. We're like, oh, the Army's got stress cards.
I mean, maybe I don't know. We're so used to saying pogue, just personnel other than grunt, right?
Yes,
I don't really mean it.
We're pogues. Yeah, we say pogues too.
Yeah, I don't really mean it derogatory unless obviously the tone is supposed to be. But even like the pogue training units and stuff, I don't even think they had them. But I know we never had it, and that thing just kept going generation by generation of like, oh, those other people have, and they start naming different training areas like Candyland and stuff like that, and it's like, oh, that must be super easy, But it also makes you think that you had it hard and you're proud of what you did.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think that was the whole point, was to give you an opportunity to understand you might have it harder, even though you probably didn't. I can tell you I had it harder than my wife. She told me about her basic training and stuff, and I'm just like,
yeah.
What? Freaking pogue. She's like, yeah, I'm super pogue.
Yeah. I remember my buddies that went through the Army, they had like, I think weekends off. Or like the week or a day off, like Sundays or something. I was like, what? No, but you guys do it different though. Like I said, it lasts longer. It's like combined with infantry training and boot camp. So Marine Corps is just like straight 12 weeks. Everyone goes through the same regimental program. And the only relief we kind of had was on Sunday mornings. Everyone had to go to church.
Yeah, and people became Christians real fast.
Yeah,
just so they can, just get away from the barracks and the training areas and, go somewhere else.
Yep, just sit in church for an hour. It's like, thank God, like literally. And then all the boy, I appreciated Catholics. I appreciate Catholics in general, but then I appreciate the Catholics a lot because their mass went to lunch essentially. Yeah. So it was awesome because I was a Lutheran, so I went to the Lutheran service, and then at like 8 or, because you do breakfast, and then it was like you came back, and then everyone split off to go to church, and so it was like, obviously everybody went.
Yeah.
And so we went with an hour, and then we'd walk back, and then we would have like another hour or two to ourselves because the Catholics just kept going,
Kept going, man.
And then basically the Catholics would start rolling in. And then we go to lunch chow, and then we do whatever for the rest of the day. But yeah, and we get a newspaper. That was a big deal. So everyone got the newspaper. What's going on in the world? They really cut you off.
Yeah.
There's somebody that posted something. I think it is Marine Boot Camp, but they get 30 minutes of cell phone time once a week.
Yeah,
I
that's one thing I learned is they had
like yesterday. Yeah, and somebody must have been a drill sergeant or something, or drill instructor that posted it because it was like the worst time of the week, and it's all the Marines are on there, boots are on there for 30 minutes. They get cell phone time, and so I'm sure they're like, I love you.
It's like my crack, my screen.
Trying to fix your relationship in 30 minutes. It's bad enough when you're infantry school or something. You're like on the phone for 2 hours with your girlfriend, let alone 30 minutes. Like, I love you. Don't be mad at me.
It's not like we didn't have phones in the 90s. There was like pay phones, and you buy a prepaid card and you call home like once every other week, I think is what we got. So you stand in line, and then you get, I want to say 5 or 10 minutes. I can't remember. I rarely called home. Like, not because I didn't want to. It was just, I don't know. Like even my first deployment, dude, I wasn't able to really call home for a while.
Yeah.
But we'll get into because there's a specific phone call I want to get to too.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But most things of basic training in the 90s that I remember is using a laundry detergent sheet that's also your dryer sheet. So like it played, both roles. One dude laying a log in the toilet that we end up naming and couldn't flush anyway. Dude, his turd probably about big around as my freaking forearm. So when he comes out of the stall, he's like, "Guys, you gotta come see this."
Yeah.
And we go in there, it's like, "Oh my God, that came out of your body." It's like, this is our mascot. Like, this turd is our mascot, man. Yeah. And we couldn't flush it anyway because it was too big.
Yeah.
But we did get in trouble for not flushing it, not cleaning it,
Yeah.
because you get inspected every morning of cleanliness and everything. And we're like, drill sergeant, but we can't flush it. Like, it won't go down. We've tried. It will not move. And he goes, "Who laid this thing?" And so the dude came up and he goes, "That's freaking impressive, Private. I've never seen anything like this."
It's funny when you get older and your buddies become drill instructors or your drill sergeants or drill instructors or guys, and it's just like, oh, that's what, they're all human.
Yeah.
When you're
and
there,
It was funny is one of my drill sergeants ended up coming to the unit I went to when I went active duty. And I was like shaking because I was like, "Oh my God, Drill Sergeant White's here." And I kept calling Drill Sergeant White, Drill Sergeant White. He's all, "I'm not Drill Sergeant anymore." I'm like, "I know, but that's all I know." And that's what's ingrained in my head, you spent all these weeks ingraining that in my head. Like, I'm just supposed to remove it.
Yeah.
So between the dude's turd, the dryer sheet / laundry detergent, the candy raid, we call it the candy raid. Normal stuff happens, like someone got beat up in their sleep because they're a complete douche, or they screwed over the platoon in some way, fell asleep on fire guard, that stuff's pretty normal. But I would say like the biggest career takeaway that started in basic was that whole just receive and execute on your where you are on your rank. And then, as you gain more rank, you can start saying some stuff. It still doesn't matter, but you have the ability to say something. It's just at a private level, it's just receive and execute, man. Yeah. My dad did come down on graduation. I ended up I got hurt for the PT test before you graduate, and you have to pass your PT test because, to graduate for one, but to go off Sand Hill and your family could take you to a restaurant on post or something. I wasn't able to do that because I ended up hurting my back, and in my sit-ups, I didn't do that well. But I was always like a PT stud. I weighed like $140 at 6 foot tall, so I was like a beanpole. Never ran 2 miles in my life. Didn't know how to run 2 miles. But I ended up just going, okay, well, I guess we just run this many laps. So I just did it. And then my first PT test, I ran the 2 mile like in 11:03.
Jesus, that's cruising.
I had no idea how to run.
Yeah.
It just went. I remember this little dude from Massachusetts. He was probably like 5'5", 5'6", maybe. Right on the last lap, he just sees little legs just go right past me, dude. I was like, "How'd you do that?" So those are the little things I remember from basic training, man. There's not a whole lot. I think you get that type of memory where just certain things stick out. Like I really couldn't tell you anyone's name. But
it's weird. I agree with you on that because someone once in a while I'll get hit up on Facebook from somebody or like LinkedIn, and you're like, dude, that was 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Like 20 for me, it was like
I hate hearing that.
21 years ago. Yeah, you're more than me. Yeah.
Like even my first deployment that ended up being kind of a big deal. Like we did our 22-year anniversary like 3 weeks ago.
It's crazy.
Because I was 22 when I was there.
Yeah. It's wild. We have our 20 year coming up in September.
You old fart.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
I last year was my 20 year joining the Marine Corps. I was like, oh my God, I'd be retired right now. You know, like it's crazy to think about. And then buddies that stayed in or decided to keep going that route, you're just like, holy shit, man.
Yeah.
My brother is retiring this year. He joined a year after I did. He's my older brother.
Yeah.
He joined a year after I did. And he was retiring. I'm like, oh my God, dude, you just did 20 years, man. Like, it's so...
but you can what if anything, you know what I mean? Like, there's people who's like, oh, everyone knows a person said, I would have joined, but, you know? But there's also people that literally, that legitimately, not literally, legitimately have a service mindset. And they didn't join and they regret it. But it's not the same thing as I would have joined, but it was I should have joined and I didn't. But you can what if all those things. If he would have joined, maybe he's not here anymore. Maybe his kid doesn't have a dad. You know, maybe those kids don't even exist. You know, so when people get down about like the what ifs, man, you can't do anything about it.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean.
Well, I don't get down at all.
Yeah, well, not just you. I'm not specifically saying you.
No, I do believe me. I was very happy when I got out.
Yeah,
never looked back. I was like, that was great, and thank you very much.
So,
but I know what you mean, though. Yeah,
growing up in that type of poor-ish environment, but I didn't feel poor. But looking back on it, trailer park people are poor, and it's just the way it is, man. And it doesn't mean they can't be happy. But small town mentality, I just couldn't get in line with it, and I think that's why I was like doing stuff in high school that probably got me in trouble. Now I'm not calling myself a genius, all right? So let's not get the wrong idea, but I'm using this as an example where really smart people do get in trouble because they have to like keep their mind busy. And then if they're not being challenged, they have to figure out how to challenge themselves. And sometimes just trying to get away with stuff that they normally wouldn't do. I felt kind of like that as a kid. It's like, well, I'm going to see how much I can get away with. Yeah. Because there's really nothing else going on. And, you know, that kind of proved over my career of different leaders that I've worked with that ended up voicing how they believed in me and did certain things from my career that I didn't expect. And it was kind of opened my eyes about, well, maybe I can do, you know, something more, you know, than just big Army. And so that's how it all started. I did end up going active duty after, so basic training, joined 99, split option training, did my basic between my junior and senior year, and then my senior, or after graduating, which honestly I didn't graduate. I got kicked out of school because I was late and I thought I was the hot shot track guy, whatever, and then got away with a lot of stuff like being late every day. And then they ended up kicking me out my senior year, and I had to go to an alternative school and get the good enough degree and all that stuff. You know what I mean? So it wasn't like
the good enough degree, the GED.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I love that. Yep.
So it wasn't like a clear pathway to graduation. Like, I mean, honestly, the people I went to high school with, they still include me on like all the talks and stuff about our class and reunions and stuff. I'm like, man, you guys know I didn't graduate with you, right? Yeah. Well, they do now. And then after AIT, infantry school, I come back and we do our annual training like you do in the Guard. And the only direction I got was go here, go there. And I'm like, okay, now I'm here. What am I doing? So it was like I was just walking around all the time, not really being shown how to do anything that had to do anything with my job. And I was like, man, if we go to war, we're all gonna die. Like, we're all dead. Like, there's no other outcome. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. If we deploy to war, and there was no, I mean, 9/11 hasn't happened yet, so there was really no, you know, anything that was going on that said we might deploy. But I was signed in, you know, I signed up, so I had that opportunity. If it did happen, then I could go. And that's what I was like, you know, maybe the Guard's not for me, or at least this unit or something. Yeah. And the same buddy that told me, hey, let's make $3,000 this year, he was seeing a chick, and they planned on getting married. and they were talking about doing the same thing. I was like, well, let's go sign up together, man. And so we saw a recruiter at the guard, and we're like, hey, how can we go active? It was like, oh, well, you have to do a transfer, this and that. Why do you want to do that? And I was like, well, I don't have a whole lot else going on. I was still, working at Arby's and stuff, and making sandwiches and in the guard. And, well, they end up giving us a pathway to do it where we just kind of transfer over, but we were still under contract and had to do a new contract. We couldn't just get out and then sign up for active. It was, you were, still contracted with the guard. Do the whole MEPS thing again. We go in there, and then, this is the part where you talk to somebody in the office of where you would like to go, and you have like a 3-line wish list. And I'm like, man, Hawaii sounds great. Like, I don't have a commitment otherwise, And he wanted to go to Fort Hood, Texas, because his girl that he was seeing has family in like Bryan, College Station. Mm-hmm. And I was like, oh man, you don't want to come to Hawaii with me? He's like, well, she's got family here. We go in. He's in front of me. Comes out. I was like, so you good? He goes, no, I didn't get what I wanted. I was like, oh, that sucks. So I go in, and I'm telling them Hawaii, I'm like, oh, we don't have Hawaii.
They're
we got
like,
Fort
yeah,
Hood.
Hawaii.
And I was like, okay. Well, if I don't have a choice, I don't have a choice. Come out, talk to my buddy. I was like, so where are you going? He goes, Hawaii. And I'm like, and I got Fort Hood? Dude, this is the exact opposite. Mm-hmm. And you were just the dude in front of me. Like, if we would just switch places, we both would have got what we wanted. Mm-hmm. So that kind of sucked in my brain anyway, because I just wanted to go somewhere different, Mm-hmm. Not that I've been to Fort Hood, but so it didn't work out the best. But there was part of that process was very scary. Mm-hmm. I'm still a kid. All I know is being dragged around a National Guard unit that didn't teach me anything. Sorry, guys, but it's just what it was.
I always say it was the 90s. That's all you gotta say. It was the 90s.
It was the 90s. Those people, those dudes are probably like long gone anyway. Yeah, so that's how that whole small town kid ended up in the Army, man. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not I want to serve my country. It's I want to make $3,000 this summer.
The long journey of $3,000 into all right, let's do something else. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. So you ended up getting so you guys had to do MEPS, then you went to Fort Hood, and then that kicks off.
Yeah, by then I was already a specialist E4, which had the training of a 3-week private probably, So getting stationed at Fort Hood was. I mean, I was still calling people a drill sergeant, even though they weren't. They were just. I called the first sergeant when I came to the to my unit, drill sergeant. I was locked up at parade rest, and Roger, drill sergeant. He's like, "I'm not a drill sergeant. I'm your first sergeant. Sorry about that." And I was like super nervous. And then this one platoon sergeant, they were in a meeting, so it was first sergeant and then all the platoon sergeants, and then. One of the platoon sergeants said, I'll take him. And then this dude was probably like 6'4", like had a CIB already, or combat infantry badge, from the Gulf War and stuff. And it turned out like he didn't run the company. He had a lot of pull though. He was like the senior platoon sergeant. And dude, I felt completely inadequate given that what my rank was versus what I knew and what training I had. So they were expecting me to be able to do all kinds of tasks and things already, and I had no clue. So that was freaking scary, bro.
Learn fast. How did that
you learn fast, but being that rank and not knowing it made me look extremely bad as far as abilities, because they didn't know I came from National Guard. They just knew I was a specialist. And I'm talking, obviously, the command and first sergeant knew because it's all in my paperwork, all that stuff. But my platoon mates and the rest of the company, man, they had no idea. They just thought I was a freaking worthless E4. And so receive and execute, I went back to private mentality, man. It was just like, let me learn this stuff and execute what it is.
Yeah. So how was that like then, your first active duty experience, you know?
I think it would have been better if I would just came straight from basic, you know, and as a private. And, you know, the unit itself was, you know, the 2-5 Cav, which is the same unit that was in We Were Soldiers, you know, with Colonel Hal, and you know, did all those awesome things in Vietnam. So there's a lot of history there. Well, First Cav has a lot of history anyway. It's really old, but it was like going to work. You know, you just wear a uniform. But having the leadership eyes on the new guy, and the soldiers' eyes on the new guy, you know, there was team leaders that were E4s. There was no way I would have been able to do that job as a team leader. No way. I was trying not to hang with the privates, but I also knew that I'm not able to do, you know, associate with the sergeants and stuff because, you know, I'm going to prove that I know nothing. So it was awkward, man. So my advice to people, it would be like, if you want to make that transition, do it early before you make a rank that they expect you to know something. But I had great leadership in this unit. You know, my brigade commander at the time was Abrams, so his dad is who they made the name Abrams tank after. And who was Shinseki, which later became like the VA secretary.
Really?
Yeah, he was my division commander. And then now, really well known, he was a light bird, so he was our battalion commander, Valesky, Colonel Valesky. One of the best leaders you'll ever, like, no matter where he went. I've talked to people where he was like the commander at the CG at Fort Campbell. And I talked to a dude there, even recently. He was like, yeah, I served under Valesky when he was CG. And I was like, oh, he was my battalion commander. He's like, no way, how was that? I was like, dude, like, you meet him once, he knows your name forever. Dude, we can go on about Valesky. Just phenomenal leadership, phenomenal. But what's really cool that happened, what specifically kind of happened was, the leadership I had directly, you know, the more direct leadership I had, didn't treat me like I didn't know anything as far as like in front of people. They just made sure I learned and practiced and got better and stuff like that, and had a good leadership to look up to. There were bad leaders too along the way, you know, but you also learn things from bad leaders. Yeah. And, you know, I ended up being put on a Bradley, you know, after I was, you know, just in a regular infantry squad. And I became like what they call a jump gunner for the lieutenant. So the lieutenant gets out of the Bradley, gets out with the rest of the guys. His gunner moves over to the commander's seat, and then I go into the gunner seat. So I'm my only gunner when the LT's out. Yeah. And that's how I end up starting to learn like the Bradley fighting vehicle, and got really good at that, man. Just really good at that. What sucks about getting good at it is you kind of get stuck there. Yeah. Yeah.
How is then the Bradley? I mean, like, I know a few guys here in Minnesota, National Guard, we got Brads. I think we got Bradleys. But yeah, that's kind of like its own weird vehicle. People either love it or hate it. Or
yeah, you either love it or hate it. I loved it because when we go to the field, I was like more bougie. You know, I like to be comfortable. Sleeping in the dirt doesn't really get you anything. But I had my own long bench, you know, and freaking kept my vehicle pretty clean and stuff. Had my driver, you know, doing tasks and stuff to make sure, you know, because that's basically where we had to live. Like, even on one of my deployments, dude, me and my driver were in the vehicle for 2 weeks straight, didn't come out ever. So the Bradley itself has pluses and minuses, obviously, but it's fun to shoot a 25 Mike HE round, which I've done in theater. We'll get to that because it's pretty cool. Learning that vehicle made me feel a little bit more technical and accomplished than, say, being on the ground, regular infantry dude. Now, I've spent time on the ground too. It's just at this point in time, I went from the ground for the first year and a half or whatever, and they're like, "Hey, who wants to be a jump gunner?" I was like, "What's a jump gunner?" I didn't have a clue.
Sounds so cool though.
Yeah, I'm jumping out of planes, I'm freaking shooting, the 240 on the way down, which don't do because I think that's against Geneva Convention. Yeah, so jump gunning turned into, as people get promoted and stuff, and I end up being an actual gunner. Always on the, like top 5 in our battalion Top Gun list. Just got really good at it, man.
Kind of found your home there.
Kind of find the niche there, and then I took it personally, especially when we deployed. I'm like, hey, it's my job to make sure these guys, I'm their eyes and ears a lot of ways, because they can't see some of the stuff I see in a big freaking thermal on my face, And, I took that very personally, man. That's my job to make sure these guys don't have to worry about this area, I didn't like someone coming in and giving me a break either. Like, no one does this job better than me. I'm doing this job, even if it means I'm going on every single mission. And when we start talking about the deployment, there's an example of that. So I spent a lot of time on the Bradley, and actually there was a time where I had a break in the Army that I was teaching Bradleys as a civilian on Fort Hood for BAE systems.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah. So I was basically an instructor teaching soldiers now. Yeah, that ended very badly. Yeah.
So you're doing, you got the unit, you're rocking on the Bradley. How long were you there then till, what's life like? I mean, because your contract, you went active duty. Are you?
Yeah, I went active duty. I think I signed up for 3 years was the minimum. And I was like, yeah, we'll just start off with 3 years. So after a year, in between year 2 and year 3, we're going to NTC in California. And I'm already like short timer's brain, like I'm already checked out. They put me with this staff sergeant that was extremely incompetent. And that's not my opinion. That was leadership's opinion. So that's why they put me with him, so I could keep him in check. So it was like having 2 lieutenants.
Yep.
Sorry, LTs. But so we're in the sandbox at NTC in California doing training. Like I said, I'm mentally checked out. I'm laying in the back most of the time. My squad leader is telling me, hey, Sergeant Bellamy, go get it, whatever. And I'm like, you fucking go get it, man. You freaking go get it. And he was like, well, you shouldn't tell me to go get it. And I go, then don't have it. Like I'm out when we get back, And I was already mad that I got stuck with him anyway. Had it been someone else, I probably wouldn't have been that way. But between short timers and being, with this dude, it was like, yeah, I have no use right here. But on our way out, and we're all sleeping in our shelter halves and stuff, and first sergeant, was like, starts yelling about something, and you hear him yelling in the background. Comes to where we were all at, and he goes, hey, everybody, you're welcome, and like tapes this piece of paper on the Connex, and it says stop loss at the stop loss personnel or something like that. On the top, I'm like, what's stop loss mean? And someone told me, he's like, oh, that means like people that are like getting out but now can't. I was like, why can't? That doesn't make any sense. So I'm like looking down the list, and I see my name. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. What the heck? Did I do something? Yeah. Like, I didn't know, like I thought I did something.
Is this personal?
Like, I started thinking that like during the whole training, I'm telling my squad leader to go do stuff himself, I'm like, I immediately regret that. But that's not why, stuff started popping off and everything.
What year was that then?
2003. Yeah. So this is after, obviously, 9/11 already happened.
Were you were active when 9/11 happened?
Yeah. Actually, me, when it happened, we were getting ready to get off work and go home, and everybody, first sergeant comes out, like, nobody leaves. And I was like, oh, yep, he hates his wife. He does not want to go home. And people were like, oh, there's an airplane that hit the Twin Towers and stuff like that. And I'm thinking like a little Cessna or something. I was like, what an idiot, who would fly into a building that, and then that's when it was on the news. I went up into one of the dude's barracks rooms and saw it. And I was like, whoa. I had no idea what that meant for the Army, like why that would cause us to not go home that day. Like, but obviously we know what it turned out to be, potentially, depending conspiracy theorists, So me and my buddy, Hayhurst, so Ben, which is, still a really good close friend, and we have a signal chat with, a few of us that still talk every day. Ben is one of those dudes, and we went to the motor pool, and we just kind of sat on a bench in the motor pool and just was like, what do you think this means? And just kind of had like a real serious, like, talk about, what that potentially could mean, how that affects our life, man. And just, I still remember, I could see him right now in my brain of us sitting on the bench, man, just looking at each other like, wow, what is happening? And we all, things happen and people get stop lost. So not only was I stop lost, but when we did deploy, that outgoing unit and several other units end up getting extended anyway. So it's like just a chain of events, man, that just affected everybody.
Yeah. So when they invaded Iraq in 2003, were you like, hey, I'm getting out because you were in NTC?
Oh yeah.
So you're like, well, I'm out. Like, I'm not gonna go see any. Like, what was you going through your mind?
Yeah.
Like with that buildup, and you guys are
not
being there.
I say we because I had three roommates, or well, technically 2.5, but one didn't have a room. He slept on the couch. Excuse me. I remember waking up to the news when Saddam Hussein was captured, man, and I was like, oh man, they got him. And I really didn't think it was going to go more past that because we got him, So in my head, it was just me and the homies having fun until I'm out, So it was a big shock with the stop loss because I had no intentions of re-upping. I had no reason to stay there really, other than, I don't know, a stable job. That would have been a good thing to consider.
Yeah.
So it was kind of devastating in my brain, in my heart, that once you're sold on something and it becomes something different, like there's all kinds of freaking just disappointment that just happens all at once, and then there's nothing you can do about it. Yeah. So 2003 was like, man, sucks for those dudes.
Yeah.
Well, ended up sucking for me too.
So you got the stop loss, and then what happened? What's the chain of events then that kicks off? Like, how does that even work? Like, I don't think I've ever actually, I've known people to get stop loss, but I haven't like talked in depth with them.
Yeah, I don't even think you sign a new paper. I think
they just
is
throw the time on your contract.
Yeah,
like, well, sucks to suck. Yeah,
because I mean, everyone knows that like when you sign a contract, it's really for 8 years.
Yes.
It's just whatever. Yeah, technically, because you got individual ready reserve. If you did less than 8 years, once you get past that 8 years point though, and you get out, you're out. Yep. Like there is no IRR. But that's also something I didn't know, and recruiter didn't tell me. Go figure.
It was the 90s.
Yeah. I still think it's still a recruiting tactic though, where they don't tell you everything. But yeah, so leading up into the stop loss, it was very hard to accept mentally. But I didn't like rebel against it, you know. It was like, well, I already know I'm good at my job. And if we have to go, I'd rather it be me going with these guys than someone new that doesn't know them, doesn't know how we operate, doesn't know how we train together, you know. So I saw it more of my responsibility to watch over these dudes or do my part to, you know, make sure as many people come back as possible. Like, I have no control over that, obviously, right? Except for my little sector of fire, you know, but I take that very seriously, man. And so my mindset changed from this freaking sucks to, okay, but I have a responsibility here. And so leading up to deployment, it was just like started getting faster and faster and faster, getting ready for it and everything. And just one day, man, we're putting stuff on the railhead in Fort Hood, so the trains, driving vehicles down there, putting them on the train and everything so they can get to the port, get on a boat. Like, it just happened a lot faster once that stop-loss thing came out.
Shit starts moving.
Yeah.
They're like, we're going to use you.
Yeah.
You're going to deployment.
Yeah, because I think that was like in the fall of 2003 when that happened. And I had an entry date of like May of, I think my entry date was May. Yeah, so it was 5-6 months away, you know, that I was gone. Like, I was going to start clearing in 3 months.
Yeah.
You know? So that obviously put a screw in things.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you know what, man? We all have a plan, and until we get punched in the face.
Exactly, yeah. So then you guys are you getting hyped up a little bit? Because you're infantry by trade. You kind of being like, oh, shit, all right, now we get to do the job.
Some people did, man, but it really, like, even when we got to Kuwait, you know, there was people that were saying, oh, when we get in a firefight, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. In my head, I was like, dude, I have no freaking clue. I just hope I go back to the training and do that. But I was never one of those that said, well, I'm going to do this or I'm going to do that, because I didn't know. I've never been shot at before. Like, fake shot at during training, but you know, there are blanks, you know, so, or Miles gear, which was terrible.
It was, yeah.
That was terrible. So Miles gear, if people don't know, is think of like laser tag, but it was like the most rudimentary setup possible, and just the laser attachment on your rifle was like
huge.
It was like, what's a good
it's like a box, just a big old.
Yeah, it was a big old box, man. It was like having like if you double stacked like or triple stacked like a PEC 2 or something, you know, like, but 3 of them on top of each other. And then the dirt gets on the laser, and then even though you got the other person first, never hit them. Like, it was what we had. It was the 90s.
It was the 90s.
Well, actually, at that point in time, it was 2001 or whatever.
We had the 2000s, and they were still shitty. Yeah. Sometimes they like a random bullet, somebody shot, and then you could be in a hide. We'd be in a hide and be like, our stuff would go off. Be like, nobody shot us. Like, we haven't even started yet.
Yeah, haven't even started
yet. And the cavalry's like, yeah, these are old. You know, because by the time I got
just starts going off randomly.
Yeah, it just starts going off randomly.
Yeah.
Really
my
shitty.
Battery's dying. Like, well, just put him in. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. That sucked.
Tell him he's dead.
They sucked, yeah.
Yeah, man, it was... that's what I was hoping for, was just to revert back to my training, but I didn't know. But people were saying different things of what they assumed they would do. I didn't have the mind to even assume. Like, I'm like, man, I don't even know. I don't know what it's like to get shot at, dude. I might freeze up, or I might freaking lose my mind. I might just go full Rambo and go do it all myself. Who knows, you know?
That's a freaky thought. I think a lot of guys, because I was the same way. Like, I joined in 05. And I had now I know what it was. It was like a mini panic attack in infantry school, because I was watching DVDs in my rack. And, you know, the war is, dude, we're going to war.
Yeah.
Like, there isn't like if or when. It's like, we're going to war.
Yeah.
Like, Fallujah just happened.
Yeah.
You know, or, you know, the year prior, or Mahdi, like all our instructors are combat vets. So it's like, you're going to war. And I just remember like laying in my rack in infantry school. It's a lot more chill as the weekend. So we just, you know, just do whatever.
Yeah.
and I was watching Tigerland, and then like with Colin Farrell, and I was like, dude, I was like started freaking out because I literally was that same thing. Like, what am I? Can I do this?
Yeah.
Like it was like, can I do this? Can I pull the
Yeah.
trigger? Am I going to get shot?
Yeah.
Am I going to freak out? Like, am I going to be a pussy? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like, you don't want to be that. You don't want to be,
Yeah.
the like in a.
I think people talk
you
though,
don't
like
be that guy.
they know what they're gonna do just to kind of hype themselves up, maybe,
yeah,
or maybe instill some kind of confidence in their teammates.
Yeah. And the thing is, you don't know until
You don't
it
know.
happens.
Yeah.
And I remember like being in my rack and just I'm just like, started like freaking out a little bit. I was like, oh my God. I had to calm myself down. Like, it's okay.
Yeah.
Don't be a bitch. And as I told myself, don't be a bitch. And it was just, and I was halfway through infantry school stories. It was just, it's just like that thought you get wrapped around the axle.
Yeah.
It's like a real thing. Like
It
you're
is
right.
totally
It's like,
real.
like, what am I going to do? How am I going to react? Like,
Yeah.
am I going to get, there's a whole.
I was
lot
kind of
thought
hoping
being-
I would never really have to find out, man. Just be completely honest with you.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a trained infantryman, man. Like my job is combat. That is my job, is to train for combat and go out and engage and destroy the enemy. What that looks like in real life, I didn't really know. So dude, you nailed it, man. It's just something that you hope you can do when the time comes up, man.
Yeah.
We did have a few examples of people that just couldn't do it. And then some of the people you assumed couldn't do it freaking shine like a star, man. Like it just became like something I would never expect, one of these dudes to do. And so it can happen in reverse. Like you can be pumping yourself up in Kuwait, but once it comes up, man, you could be the freaking dude hiding in the corner. Those are lessons that, as seasoned combat guys, man, you either learn to give other people grace for things that they don't have control over, but you do your best to prepare for it, Now, would I want someone that had those tendencies, or at least those tells, that they have the potential of not fulfilling their duties? Yeah, I'd rather just put them in headquarters.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. I know what you mean. 100%. No, I agree. Yeah, and I would say war is the ultimate test. Like everyone, like
There's nothing like it.
There's nothing like it, and you just don't know until you have to do it. There's no if, and, or buts. Like till those bullets come screaming at you.
Yeah.
Or something goes wrong or something goes
You
sideways.
actually start learning what close rounds actually sound like.
Exactly.
Versus
Well, just getting shot at. Like you're just like, oh, they're coming from over there. Just something.
Yeah.
Like when that clicks
It's
off.
weird how our brains can just get used to something and accept what's going on. Because like even like getting mortared and stuff, you tend to start moving a little bit slower. Like, well, whatever.
Yep.
If it's gonna hit me, it'll hit me when I'm running too. So
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
Yep.
And so it's weird, man.
Yeah. So what was that like then? Your first, going from into Kuwait. You guys had to go from Kuwait to Baghdad. And
Yeah.
Like, man? Like kicking it off, man. You're doing it. What's going on?
Yeah. So it was when our time to start heading north. Back then, you drove up. So you drove you got your vehicles issued to you. You got, some new equipment and a refit and stuff in Kuwait. And you load up your vehicles and you drive. And it's a long drive only because you're going like 30 miles an hour the whole time. Like that takes a long time. Like I could drive that in probably like 4, 5, 6 hours or something like that. I can't remember exactly the mileage, but it took us like a solid 3 days to make it from Kuwait to Baghdad area. And being a Humvee gunner, so my Humvee, man, was an M998, not up armor. Our platoon's Bradleys didn't get put on to come over. The mission set was, we already did the invasion, messed everything up. Now this mission set is to bring these people in and start the reconstruction stuff, win hearts and minds. That was kind of the GWAT mission in 04. So we didn't bring our Bradleys. The rest of the company did, but our platoon did not. So we got issued 2 up-armored Humvee and 2 just light skin. Like mine didn't even have a roof, dude. It had a cover over the driver and the TC seat. The back completely uncovered. I'm standing in between the left and right back seats, and I just have a 240 laying on the roll bar. Mm-hmm. That was Humvee gunning back then. There was no swivel mount, nothing like that. You just
was it the one with like the back where you could sit, so it's almost like a truck, like not bed of a truck, but you know what I mean? Like
the truck, little short truck bed.
It's like a short.
There
truck.
Was no. There was no like rear hatch.
Yeah, or anything. Yeah, it's like literally. So the front two seats, and then it basically kind of cuts off, and then you.
We had all 4 seats.
Oh, you had all. Okay, so you did.
But
have all 4
a little
seats,
tiny truck bed area behind
okay.
that. But there is one where you take the seats out, and then it has a longer truck bed.
Yeah, because we'd have those ones where it was like the 2 seats, but then the rest was like a truck, quote unquote truck bed or whatever. And then we'd sit in it. It was like a transport almost. Yeah.
So this one's that, but with 2 back seats. So it just lessened the truck bed part.
Got it. Okay.
And I'm standing up. You know, the whole drive, dude, it was freaking painful to be standing that long, man. And then the only person I really had to switch out with was the medic. And he's not supposed to be on a gun, dude, like that. He was like, dude, I'll give you a break. And after maybe like an hour, he's like, man, this sucks. Can you switch back out? I was like, dude, I was already standing there for 6 hours. You did 1. And so that was painful, man. I remember this is when the first iPods, and I bought an iPod in Kuwait. And I had to like go to the little computer, whatever you pay to use in Kuwait, and I was trying to figure out how to put music on it, right? And I had to be shown because I had no idea. And the only thing that really made it on there was some like AFI and Metallica, and a few songs by As I Lay Dying, to be honest with you. And I bought little speakers to plug into the headphone jack. So we were rocking most of the time, man. Freaking on the way to Baghdad area.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. I love that because we did every deployment. Because I had iPod too, but it was like every deployment we got better and better at it. And like so, my third, we had the intercom systems within the Humvee.
Yeah, so we did the same thing in the Bradley. Hooked it up in the Bradley.
Yeah, the live talk. So then when you key it, and then it shuts everything off, and you can. Yeah, we had them in the Humvee. So we'd stick. It was awesome. We stuck one little iPod, earbud or whatever earbud, the headphone, and we duct taped it or taped it to the microphone jack, and you press play, and it would just so we all could listen to music. We're all like in the headphones, gunning, listen to Taylor
Bradley,
Swift.
We had it a little bit Taylor Swift. The songs are catchy.
They're catchy.
They're catchy, man.
Taylor Swift, Fearless. We had it, and along with our other mix. But yeah, it was like. It was just dry. Anyways, I know exactly what you mean. That's awesome. You just gotta make do what you got.
Man, the little comforts that you can get, man, means a lot. We were in a position to ask for a lot of stuff, dude. Like just because it wasn't there, So it was just kind of like you deal with what there is. I got an iPod and some speakers, man. So we had that nice little comfort for a while until it needed to be recharged, and it was difficult. So I'd switch to my Discman.
Were you burning CDs?
Yeah, dude, I burned a lot of CDs, bro.
All right.
Burned a lot of CDs, brought it with, man. Dude, that was the one thing, man, on the drive. They're like, oh, man, you got any whatever, band X, whatever. And I was like, yeah, man, open up my CD case, man, and it looks like this. I knew exactly what CD had what songs on it and stuff, man. It skipped a lot because it's a Humvee and the roads are crappy. They're all like still, that route was still kind of jacked up from the Gulf War. Which was really cool too, because we got to see a lot of like destroyed, burn up, Iraqi tanks and things like that on the side of the road. We stopped at this one place. Man, I can't remember exactly why it was significant, but we pulled over and there was a story to it. It might have been personal to our first sergeant. I think that's what it was. So he was like, I want every truck to line up and go ahead, just shoot some rounds at this thing. And we're like, okay. I mean, the vehicle's already destroyed and burned up, but I guess if it means that much to you, Top, let's shoot something that doesn't need shot, you know? But it's kind of broke up that monotony of the drive and then nothing really going on and all that stuff. Yeah, but that drive sucked. Yeah. It sucked.
So it's just a big, long company movement.
Yeah.
All the way up.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it's way bigger than company element.
Yeah, yeah.
But it was painful. Yeah. Especially with no... Dude, I was in the sun all the time, you know?
When did you guys actually get there then? What was the month that you got there?
We got there, so our Avon team was there for quite a while beforehand with the unit that was already there. And I think we got there just at the end of March, like mid to the end March time frame of 04. And, you know, there was no room for us. There was no barracks. There was buildings inside the FOB, but that's where the current unit was already like sleeping and stuff like that. And so we were sleeping on our vehicles, you know, for quite a while because there was no buildings to even sleep in. They did start like a barracks building, a few of them actually, that had separate rooms in it, kind of like a hotel, 3 stories, you know. So there was quite a bit of rooms that were gonna be built. They weren't built yet, so we were sleeping in dirt, dude. Freaking yeah. And I was like, man, I don't have my Bradley bench.
Yeah.
All my bouginess is gone.
Just sleep straight on the ground then.
Ground or on the Humvee, you know, hood. Because there's no way, you know, there's no way to sleep in the Humvee unless you're just freaking...
sucks.
You know, because you're 100% 90 degrees. You know, there's no way to really be comfortable like that, man. Especially when you're over 6 feet tall. Like knees hitting the dash or the knees hitting the bar in front of you, of the seat in front of you. Like, there's just no way to be comfortable in a freaking Humvee and sleep, dude, like that. So the hood and the truck beds, the beds of it, that was basically the only way.
Yeah, that's because I've slept too many Humvees.
I mean, it's different when you're in it and then just have an opportunity just to kind of shut the lights off.
Yeah.
Like, you can do that, but
like
a night sleep?
Yeah, it's not good.
It's not, yeah.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah.
So you guys are doing that. What's your next moves? How long does it take for you guys to get onto your first patrol?
Timeline, man, it was really short because they already did the right seat rides with other leadership and stuff. So that part was already done when we got there. So it was really short. I remember this, before we actually took over the AO officially from the outgoing unit, the Sergeant Major was like, we had like this big battalion, well, task force, can't say battalion because we weren't a battalion element. It was a task force at that time. And Task Force Lancer, for people that want to look that up, had a formation, and then the Sergeant Major's like, he's like this Puerto Rican guy, and his accent's super thick, and most of the time I can't even understand him anyway. And, you know, freaking country white boy from Indiana, what do I know about Puerto Rican accents? He was talking about how this is the safest place in Iraq and the people love us, blah, 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 blah. And we're like, okay, so good. That's good to hear, you know? And then we ended up going on our first mission just a few days after that. Like, it couldn't have been more than 3 days after that. Well, safest place in Iraq thing. And we're going up this route in Sadr City, which, by the way, when we were driving up, let me back up for just a second because this is important. When we were driving up, man, I mean, we were still a few miles out, but the smell of the air is just so saturated with sewage, man. Like, it was just like, it felt so thick, like it was just in your skin, you know? It was disgusting. Like, people were puking, man, just because we were getting close. Like, that's how bad the smell was. It just made you vomit. You know, you've seen those challenges with that Norwegian fish thing, and people even just crack it open, and they're like, bleh,
yeah,
bleh. It was like that. Like, I've never smelled that fish, but,
yeah,
you know.
I know what you mean.
Given their reactions, that was our reaction to what we were smelling in the air. So basically, Sadr City was a slum of Baghdad. Like Saddam actually used to line up tanks, outside that area, and just randomly just lob rounds in there, man, just to keep them in check. Just because they were they're the different type of Muslims they were versus Saddam's. So that's what that type of area was like. It made you puke before you even got there. Well, we go out on mission, which our mission was to take a sewage sucking truck around and just pull security for it while it sucks up different lakes of sewage. We take it outside city limits, let them dump it like in a farmland or something or a field, and then go back in, get another lake. But one time, the driver of the truck, man, just freaking start running off. And we're like, what happened? He's like, oh no, this dude came up and talked to him. Next thing you know, he's running out. And we're like, well, what are we supposed to do? Go chase him or just, what do we do? LT gets guidance, I guess, from battalion. They're like, well, he ran off, man. They're just, we'll figure out what happened. So we were on our way back to the FOB, and the LT was like, oh, let's take one more pass by this place. And then as you're passing this building, you see like a group of like 200-300 dudes out there, man, just chanting stuff. You see them like do, the whole cut your throat movement and stuff. People throwing shoes, showing your shoes. And as we like started getting past them, they just all ran away. And I was just like, huh. They were tough a second ago. Now they're just running away. Freaking cowards, I didn't know they were running away to fighting positions, dude. So we get a little bit further up the road, and you hear crack. Just a gunshot, random gunshot. Then you hear a couple more, and I'm like, hey, did you guys hear that? And I'm talking to my driver and my squad leader, or the TC. He's like, yeah, can you tell where it's coming from? I'm like, no, not really. And then next thing you know, man, you just hear it from everywhere all at once. Like, starts off with 2 or 3, and then just everywhere. Like, so there's no way to pinpoint where it's coming from, man. And I don't have a problem saying this because I learned from it, right? Even on my promotion board, I get asked, like, what is one thing, that I wish I could have done better at as a leader? And I always mention this scenario as I freaking froze what felt like forever. My driver, he reaches back to my leg and starts tugging on my pant leg. Sergeant Bellamy. And I'm like, yeah, what? He goes, shoot back. And I'm like, at what? Yeah. So I just get down on the 240, man. I just start didn't identify one target for who knows how long. My freeze time that felt a long time, my driver ended up, other people were saying it's like, no, it was like 3 seconds or something. Like we didn't even really notice, but now it makes sense that you say something. And so you just hear gunfire. You see freaking RPGs skipping down the street right beside you, man, and just blowing up, randomly after it decides to blow up. And then everybody just started getting their composure. I won't say everybody. I started getting I'll just speak for myself. I started getting my composure and started recognizing targets and stuff. And, so it was no more just randomly shooting at buildings and whatever, like
in the general vicinity
of sound. That was my initial, my initial engagement technique was sound over there, shoot that direction. But so I started recognizing targets and stuff, man. And then I look up, the LT's vehicle is still going, but we're stopped. I'm like, why are we stopped? It's like, Sergeant Bellamy, I can't move. The vehicle won't move. And I hear our squad leader screaming and stuff. And I'm just like, what's this dude yelling about? He sounds like a freaking scared little girl. And I looked down, and I was like, what's wrong? And he's like, my finger. And his finger's like, just kind of, it's broke. I mean, it's obviously broke. So what happened was a round hit his weapon piece of the metal, shrapnel and stuff, hit his finger, laceration, and it's kind of pointed a little bit differently. It's not pointed 90 degrees or anything, but it's obviously broke. And he's just sitting there going, my finger, like over and over. And he's like, look, we need to get out of here. And I was like, the LT's vehicle's already up like a half mile up the road. Then you see it turn around and it's coming back because they finally realize they're by themselves because the other 3 Humvees are still back. Well, it turns out we didn't follow them and we were right behind them because our vehicle got shot up so bad it wasn't moving. And, which I had no idea, I just was trying to find targets at that point after randomly shooting at stuff. And LT's vehicle comes back. Turns out, man, like our other light-skinned Humvee was also shot up so bad it wasn't moving. So we basically were down to 2 Humvees with 1 Humvee already a half mile up the road. And so I'm trying to find targets and stuff. There was a van that was coming towards us. I was like, that ain't getting close to us. I just got down that 2-4. You see that that van just kind of go like this and crash into a building. People are getting out, and I was like, laying them out, man. Had no idea if they had anything to do with it. They could have just been people that thought they were going to the market because there's a busy market on that route. I don't know. I mean, they I guess shouldn't have been there. I don't really struggle with that.
Well, I've been in those situations too. I wouldn't either. I mean,
they could have been fighters, dude. They were a van. There was probably like 10 people that started piling out of that van.
If you get your vehicle shut up that bad and you guys are taking fire from people know, and that don't go in that area unless you want to get shot by the U.S. force. Like, clearly you're in a firefight.
Yeah, especially with a place that's supposed to be packed. I mean, when I say packed, you can't even drive on the road because the market has so many people. Well, Sadr City, look, I want to say it's like around like 10 square miles, I think. But it's like 2 million people live in that.
No shit. So it's just a packed city.
It is so packed, man. Just families living in buildings that are just, that has their whole lineage and then some in the same, building. Because it's just so many people. The LT's Humvee, I guess, makes it back. I don't know. I really wasn't paying attention to what everybody else was doing, man. I was just trying to find targets at that point. And then I stopped firing and I look around. I was like, there's nobody around me, man. There's no one else is in my truck. The LT's Humvee kind of went past me, so I was still focused on my sector of fire, And so when I stopped, because I had to change a belt out too, so I would change the belt out. And I was going to ask the medic about something. I can't remember what it was, but that's why I stopped firing. Oh, it was hand me the box of ammo. And then, so I look around, look behind me, the other Humvee, the platoon sergeant's Humvee. Dude, I could see in the window people's faces are like all pressed against the glass and stuff because they packed everybody inside those 2 Humvees except me. So I jumped down, leaving the 240 on the freaking roll bar. Idiot. I jumped down. I go back. I go to that Humvee, and I'm like, let me in! Berkwin. Good, he's a brother, man. Yeah. Like, it's not just we serve together. Yeah. Like, this small group of dudes, Eric Berkwin's one of them, which he ends up being portrayed in a TV show as a main character. Because those Humvees, their windows, because they're bullet resistant, they have like a release up here by the top, and they just click down. He's like, click, Bellamy. I was like, let me in, Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're good.
And he goes, where's your 240? And I look back, dude. I swear that Humvee looked 3 miles away, man. Like
we've gone too far.
Where it just goes, like in movies where like it just where you focus at something, and it just looks way further away.
Yep.
I mean, it might have been like 10 yards away at most, you know? And I looked back and I go, oh. So I run over there. I Z out radios. I freaking grab the 240, grab a box of ammo. I put another box of ammo underneath my armpit. And as soon as I turn around with all this stuff, I see the two Humvees going into this alleyway. And I was just like, God dang, man, they really don't want me in there. Like, so I'm running and, with all this stuff. And then the belt, the ammo is dangling from the 240 and stuff. And I end up stepping on it, which caused me to trip. And I freaking fall down right in front of the entry to the alleyway. And then I get up, run in there, man, and I like just dive into the prone, looking forward, and just get back on the gun. And they start setting up, I guess we started to try to clear a building, try to gain entry to this building that had a doorway in the alley. And then I don't know who yelled it, like, Sergeant Bellamy, come here and help. So I get up and I run over to the Humvee. Chin was shot and killed like within the first 30 seconds of the firefight, man. So me and this dude, I grabbed Chin's legs and start dragging him out of the Humvee because he was the gunner. Which hit me right then because he was a buddy of ours, like he was an older dude. He was already like 30 something. We're all early 20s. And we kind of picked on him a little bit. But he's a super nice guy. Really nice guy. Cared about everybody, man. He was joined the Army so he can get his citizenship. His Eddie Chin. And his brother served. And we actually saw his brother earlier this month at an event, man. He flew in from Hawaii. And every event we do as a platoon, man, he comes, dude. And, honors his brother. I think that's so cool. But I had problems with Chin, man. I had problems with Eddie because I was supposed to be the lieutenant's gunner. I was the better. I don't want to say better. That's not the right word. Scratch that. I showed more consistent skill to be in that position because you need the most seasoned. Because he wasn't always a gunner. He was on the ground most of the time. Not that he couldn't do the job. It was, hey, I was the ranking dude in as far as gunners go. And so I was like really mad that I wasn't the lieutenant's gunner because I saw that as status. I got stuck with this freaking goof nugget, man, of a staff sergeant that was incredibly incompetent. And it hit me. I was like, if I would have got my way, dude, that would have been me. I would have been in the exact same position he was in. It would have been me, dude. So when the door opened, I didn't know what they wanted me to help with. And I just saw Eddie laying there, man. I was like, what? So that was like our first mission. It ended up being our first opportunity to deal with a brother passing, man. It was rough. So I grabbed his legs and held him underneath my armpits, and then a dude, an E4, his name's Rogers, grabbed him underneath his armpits. Well, when he got shot and killed, man, like his bowels let loose and stuff, so my thighs were slapping against his rear end, dude, getting his feces all over my legs, and then blood was running down, and we ended up setting him up on top of the Humvee hood, and then other dudes were clearing this building. We just have a defensive position, man. With Eddie just laying on the freaking hood of the Humvee. I was like, we can't leave Eddie here. So we took him into the house, grabbed one of their sheets, put it over him, and that's where I saw Ben Hayhurst pulling security on the people who were actually living there. I pointed at Eddie, and with this disgusting look on my face of those people, dude. And they were just like, no. They pat their chest, usually that's sign of respect in the Middle East too. So when you shake someone's hand, you pat your chest, a little sign of respect. And I didn't raise my weapon, but dude, it was in my brain, you know, just to lay everybody out, you know, because everyone's guilty at this point. So that was really tough, man. So, and it's not like we got to warm up to that. You know, it was like the immediate thing that happened. I don't think you can warm up to it, but in the middle of firefight, you know, those things can happen, man. It's just, it was the first thing that happened. Yeah.
So what happened after that? You guys get defensive position? I mean, you guys are, that's losing 2 vehicles, losing one of your boys.
Yeah.
You guys
and the thing about Humvees, you can't
up.
bring your whole platoon, man. You got, you know, 17 dudes, you know, well, 18 with the translator basically, right? So you got, yeah. Sorry, man.
No, it's all right. I get it.
Yeah. We end up putting one of the up armor Humvees pointing the direction forward, and then another one pointing the direction that we came in. Man, there's some ridiculous stuff that happened, man. It's weird where your brain will go, you know, because at first it's all just chaos. You know, you set up a defensive position, you got people on a rooftop. Well, that rooftop, like we were talking about last night, those ledge depths aren't things you could really hide behind that well. I mean, there might be like a foot or so higher than the actual roof. At least most buildings are. Some have higher, but this particular one, man, you could barely be in prone and be covered. I wasn't on the roof team. I did go up there a couple times to pass info, or you know, like Carl Wild, another dude in our close-knit group. I see him come across the one of the roof lines down to another building, because they're all like really connected. Like all the buildings in this area might as well be the same building, but they're split, you know, with a wall. So jumping a roof from roof to roof is super easy, which also became a very high concern of ours, of how the enemy can get to us, man, because they literally could just go up on the roof and just walk over. Carl was like, Sergeant Bellamy, where's the VS-17 panel? We need it up here so we can signal air. And I was like, I don't know. I'll find it. So I ended up finding a VS-17 panel, which one side's like hot pink and stuff, you know. And first time going up there, I'm come up the stairs and I'm standing straight up, and I'm like, hey guys, here's the V. Get down! And I was like, so I hit the deck, man, and then just, man, these dudes were not in a good position, man. Like the mortar and stuff of the cement blocks that were holding that together was not very good, and bullets were hitting it, and you just see the mortar and concrete just basically like exploding upon impact, you know. So it's a matter of time till they have nothing, you know, that's giving them any cover. And I looked over and I saw Ben was up there. He was actually shot in the shoulder, man, and that's when he was basically, we gave him the shotgun, and he was pulling security on the people that were already in the building, and that was what he was going to be doing. He had to make a really tough choice though, before given that responsibility, which kind of sucks that the show didn't portray this accurately, because I feel like you devalued the struggles that Ben has had to deal with, and you know, it's the old use a child shield while you're shooting at us, you know. And he had to make a hard decision, man. And he made the decision, and he has to deal with what happened, you know, for the rest of his life. I think he's come to terms of, you know, it's not his fault, you know. He didn't put the kid there, but that dude was shooting at us, man. Like, he was engaging us, and he was using the kid to see if we would, you know, to shield himself. So the show didn't portray that, and that burned us up a little bit. they didn't want to go that tough on the Islamic community or something for some reason. I'm just like, it's not the Islamic community. It's just what that dude did. Like, that's just what he did.
It's hiding behind civilians.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. It was hours of fighting off people, and then ammo, like it starts getting low. I'm going back and forth from, the rear Humvee to the front Humvee, helping out there, going back there. I don't even know whose weapon I ended up with, because Doc ended up with my M16. Yeah, we didn't have M4s yet. Doc ended up with mine, and then we ended up using my 240 on the roof, and I ended up with someone's M16. I can't tell you whose. So I had to take some opportunities to figure out where those bullets are actually landing in Kentucky windage, and just adjust and fire. I do remember this one time, like RLT goes down to the end of the alleyway, and he's like flipping off, just goes out there in the open and just like, I was like, what's this moron doing? So I run over there and I go to grab him. Berkwin was close by too, and like I was pushing him up the alley to get back, and then you hear ting ting ting. Someone throws a pipe bomb right there by us, dude. So the three of us end up getting like shrapnel from this pipe bomb.
Shit.
That's how I got my Purple Heart. I mean, it wasn't like life-threatening, type wounds. It sucked, but I don't think any of us. LT was bleeding more than anybody, I think, though. I think he took most of the brunt of it.
Well, they got close enough to throw pipe bombs at you guys.
Yeah, it was exactly what I was saying. It was from the other roof. Like, alleyway, we took over the building on the left, no one on the right. No one. And all they just went in that building and dropped it over, dude. And then LT like falls down, he gets back up, and he like starts trying to charge back to the freaking opening of the alleyway to the main street. Well, this street is, think of a highway that has, or a major road that's got 2 lanes one way, 2 lanes the other way, a big, median, big wide median. So it was a major road, and so it was completely wide open. Like, there was a lot of distance between where we were, and if you go straight across to the other sets of buildings on the other side of the streets, like, there was a lot of open areas there. And for him to go down there and just expose himself was just one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. And then so I push him back up to the alleyway, and then he falls down again. And I was like, what the heck? He gets up, picks up his Kevlar, and the thing's like shaped like a football or like a colonial hat. And he goes to put it on, and he goes, oh, hey, look, Bellamy, look at this. Oh, look at my freaking my K-pot. Well, he got hit with a freaking round, dude.
Holy shit.
In his freaking helmet. And it flew off his head and just warped the crap out of it, man. So he didn't wear a helmet the rest of the time. And man, your brain just goes somewhere different in this type of scenario, because we're already there maybe 2 hours. There's a photo of Berkwin and other dudes that have ripped their sleeves off their uniform, tried to light them on fire to signal air assets and stuff. What we didn't know that was happening at the same time was different ambushes were happening across Sadr City. So because our fob was just right outside. It wasn't inside Sadr City. It was just right outside, because it's like a definitive square. And as soon as you get out that definitive square, it's just mostly farmland until you hit another area of another town. So when the fob started trying to empty and come get us, we didn't know that there was just ambushes everywhere for those guys. There were people getting on LMTVs, which I don't think they have anymore. So it's basically just an open truck bed. Dudes were getting on an open truck bed to try to come and get us into a known hot zone. Mm-hmm. It's hard to fathom doing that. No cover whatsoever. You know what's happening out there. Mm-hmm. And they get on the truck anyway. One of the guys in our group, Aaron Fowler, he was one of the dudes that got on that truck, man, because he was in the squad that didn't go. Mm-hmm. Like, you can't fit everybody in 4 Humvees, so there was a squad that had to stay behind. So him and Josh York, they, were still on the fob. Aaron's on the truck, man, and he gets shot I think it was twice. Aaron, I'm sorry if I got it wrong. But he gets shot at least twice, I think. And I can't think of anything being more heroic than someone willing to just go into a firefight uncovered. I think going in as a structured unit, even on foot, that would have been better.
Yeah.
Because then you're pulling, security in a different way, and then you come into contact where you can react a little bit more, but you're stuck on a truck bed that's just driving, and you have no control over where it's going, if it stops, where it turns. It's just your job is to be on the truck, man, and just try to get to us. Mm-hmm. We even had a cook get on a truck, man, and try to get us. They're like, he left the DFAC, the dining facility, gets on a vehicle, and it's like, wow. Like my platoon, we got most of the attention because we're the ones stuck there, right? Mm-hmm. Getting stuck's not heroic. What these dudes did, the rest of the unit, the rest of the task force, what they did was, I can't thank those dudes enough for the attempt. Unfortunately, the people who did get to us were tankers. And in infantry, you don't want that. You're like, no, keep going. I'll wait for infantry guys. Definitely didn't come out of our minds. And, dude, your brain, like I was trying to say, your brain starts accepting things. I went up to our platoon sergeant's Humvee and opened up the back door, and I just, I'm popping dudes from there. And then I was like, hey, Sergeant, you got a chair? He goes, a chair? For what? I was like, man, I've been standing up this whole time shooting dudes. I might as well just sit down and do it. He goes, Bellamy, you're crazy, dude. You're crazy. Like, you're just asking for a chair in the middle of a firefight. I'm just like, whatever, and I'm only going to tell this part of it because I know the dude would okay it because he put it in his book. He actually wrote a book called Black Nights, Dark Days, because our battalion was Black Knights. That was our mascot. Another time I was beside, and he was the 50 cal gunner on the lead Humvee in the alleyway. And I'm kind of like beside it because there's like a cut into another building that I'm using as cover. Because these people were like coming on different sides of the alleyway, and they're doing the whole spray and pray, just putting their AK around the corner and just pulling the trigger and hoping it hits us or whatever. And that's kind of what we were dealing with on the front end. But it was pretty constant. Like, it just kept happening and happening, and he's trying to, shoot him with 50, and I'm trying to freaking, it's like, but they're not popping out enough to actually hit them. He opens up he gets off the 50, goes on the driver's seat, opens the door. I see him reach into his breast pocket. And he's like, Sergeant Bellamy. And I feel, in my head, I feel like he rehearsed this or something. Mm-hmm. And he goes, I want you to give this letter to my wife. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, I'm going to drive the Humvee over to where these two alleyways intersect, and I'm going to, like, roll down this window and make sure, I'm going to make sure the windows roll down. I'm going to shoot those guys, and I'm going to shoot those guys. Yeah. And I'm like, you're an idiot. He goes, well, I'm going to do it for the platoon. I was like, oh, you're going to leave your platoon uncovered? That's your gift? Mm-hmm. I was like, give that letter to your wife yourself when you get back up on the freaking 50. Mm-hmm. Roger, Sergeant. It's like I took his dream away or something, you know? I don't know.
Yeah.
And I was like, my God, dude. I was like, you know, you would have just left us uncovered in the front and screwed us all over. I didn't think about that. And I was like, that's why I'm a sergeant. You're not.
It went pretty cool temp, though. Like,
yeah. If it was a movie, that would have been totally cool.
Right.
But that was something I legit had to deal with, man.
Yeah.
And he credits me in his book for not letting him do it, apparently. And so when he told me about his book, I was like, hey, did you put the part about you want me to give the letter to your wife? He goes, to my dismay, I did. And I was like, don't you word words like that just because you wrote a book, you know, you're whatever. He's a really good dude too, man. You know, some people shined, like my squad leader that I was telling you about got hit with his finger got hit. Like he turned into in the corner and just shaking back and forth like this, man. Like we had to put him in a freaking, like in a small room in that building that we cleared, and just told him, you freaking stay. We don't have the manpower to put a guard on you, dude. So we took his weapon, man. That's weapon. That has to be whose weapon I got. Because I can't think of it. Well, because the translator ended up, we kitted out the translator with chin stuff, with his weapon and his freaking vest.
So you literally armed up the translator.
Yeah, dude.
Really?
Yeah, he was excited about it too. Yeah. He was like, yeah, let's kill him. I was like, maybe we shouldn't give him, maybe we think twice about this, maybe we don't.
Another gun in the fight, though.
Gun in the fight, though,
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, it was, so, where did I leave off, dude? It was,
Rambo run, he was going to dual wheel.
Yeah, so,
Humvee.
and then like my squad leader being
Yeah.
out of the fight, we ended up sending him back and basically getting him out of the Army, dude. Like that dude completely, like normally you would already think he's crazy, just the way he talked. And it was just such an awkward dude. And we actually told the production of the TV show, like, we don't use his name. Like, I know he can't control exactly how he reacted, and he kind of just checked out mentally.
Yeah.
But that's not what we want for our guys for this story. And it started getting dark, and people were getting black on ammo. We were consolidating ammo and redistributing and stuff, man. They had my 240 up on the roof. So it was not looking good for us, man. Spoiler, I make it.
Yeah.
But your mind, just to kind of go to the mentality of what I'm really trying to convey, man, is your mental state just shifts and starts accepting things that just normally it wouldn't. In my mind, I was like, well, dude, I probably got like 8 rounds left. Dude, we're done. Because they called out the air assets to stop looking for us because it was too hot. Like, the air was too hot. They wouldn't fly in anymore. We already saw like 2 convoys pass by us. Like, passed right by us, dude. So that was very demoralizing.
They just couldn't find you guys, or what happened?
Yeah, couldn't find us, man. Well, it didn't help that the person on the radio had no idea where we were. And I remember standing right beside him, and we don't use his name either in the show. Well, yeah, his name is in it, but he's not the position he actually was in real life. And I just remember hearing him like on the radio. He's got the map, and he's like looking at it. He's like, "Well, I'm not sure where we are and stuff." I'm like, "Oh crap, this sucks so bad." We can't even tell anyone where we were.
First patrol too.
Yeah.
So you guys are like not really spun up on.
And one of the dudes that was part of the Avon team that doing the right seat rides, he wasn't there either. So it getting dark, already seeing 2 convoys pass by us, man, and it was just like, this is it for us, guys, because we're going to end up with no ammo. We're gonna like have to try to either hunker down and hide or hoof it somewhere and risk it. And then all of a sudden, this dude, and it didn't seem real. Another convoy, and it was tanks. There's Abrams tanks. Maybe I shouldn't get to this part yet, man. There's tons of stuff that happened during this.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
You know, like the TV show doesn't show a whole lot of shooting and stuff because they have to character build. Mm-hmm. You know. No, I think I am ready to move on, dude, to exfil. Because really, what I want to convey, man, is it could have happened to any unit. It just happened to happen to us, you know, and the way that people react in combat situations and being demoralized by seeing people come and go, pass right by you, getting black on ammo. You just accept, hey, this is it. Mm-hmm. This is it. Dude, freaking started just kind of just taking smoke breaks at that point. Mm-hmm. Just freaking lighting them up, smoke a cigarette with your buddy. Man, it was awesome serving with you, dude. Mm-hmm. Like, man, I'm so glad it was you. I was so glad it was this group. And, you know, just starting mentally to be prepared to get your head cut off, mm-hmm. you know. And then this group of tanks started passing by, and then, like, the second or third one stops right in front of the alley. And I'm just sitting there going, yeah, but it's going to keep going. It's just going to keep going anyway. And I see someone get out the hatch, and then the dude starts running into the alley. I'm like, who are you? Mm-hmm. He goes, you guys ready to go? And I go, what do you mean? Like, we were so far gone, like, mm-hmm. we're not going anywhere. Like, what do you mean, go? Like, we've already accepted this is our fate. Mm-hmm. He goes, yeah, dude, let's go. Let's get everybody. Let's exfil out of here. I was like, really? We're gonna go? Like, it was like mm-hmm. such a surprise that it's even possible, right? And so we loaded up, carried Chin out, and then load him up on top of an Abrams tank turret. So on top, not inside, on top. So they put most of the wounded people. So me, the LT, obviously Eddie, and Ben Hayhurst were on top of this tank. They set up the Humvees because they were all flat tires, really weren't running the greatest. The two we had. Oh, one time I thought the first time I saw lights, and I thought we were going to be exfilled. It was my Humvee being set on fire. I thought it was headlights coming towards us. Mm-hmm. It was my Humvee. Mm-hmm. It was, and there's quite a few photos online, man, where these guys are like, oh yeah, blah, blah, mm-hmm. with a Humvee on fire. That's my freaking Humvee, dude.
No shit.
Yeah. Which I left an AT4 in there too. I couldn't carry everything.
Yeah. It's all good.
Yeah. I mean, I got extra ammo and the 240. I mean, that's all I could do. And Z'd out the radio. So, yeah. So we're on top of the Humvee turret. They're posturing the Humvees to be pushed, like how you would push a car that's not running with mm-hmm. another car. They were pushing a Humvee with a freaking Abrams tank.
Jeez.
And later I learned that if the driver would have like accidentally punched the accelerator a little bit more, he would have crushed the whole thing. Mm-hmm. And there was people inside those Humvees too. We just happened to be on top. So we're driving out of the AO, and all you hear is just like ting, 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 like just bullets hitting the tank. I'm just like, we're not out of it yet. Like, we could totally just get shot laying here, on top of the tank. LT's in the prone, man, forward, man. That dude's freaking nuts. Well, he was a former enlisted guy, too, and he plays Dungeons and Dragons a lot, so he's already weird. But I got really close to him because after this, I ended up being the LT's gunner mm-hmm. with him all the time. I've had to babysit him quite a bit going forward. But he always had my back too. So as we're driving back to the fob, man, you're just hearing explosions. You're hearing freaking RPGs just, going by or exploding around you, and then small arms just hitting the tank. And then, Ben and I were like trying to make sure Chin just doesn't fall off. We get all the way back to the fob. I help unload Eddie down. And I'm thinking, oh, God, we're back. I jump down. LT comes up to me. He's like, are you ready, Bellamy? And I'm like, yes, I'm ready. He goes, all right, let's go get the rest of our guys. I'm like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? Go get the rest of our guys. Aren't they here? It's like, nope, they got slowed up. We got to go get them. So I'm like, Roger, sir. Start walking down the street back towards, the city. And the distance between our fob and the city was maybe like 1.5 miles. Like if you Google like Sadr City, you could still see in the outline of the fob's walls and stuff on the northeast side. So it's maybe like 1 mile, 1.5 miles. So we start running down the freaking road, and there's another tank that pulls up, and tank stops. He goes, hey, I have to go back and get the rest of my platoon. We're just me and Sergeant B here is going to jump on, and you just take us back. And I'm like, we're going to ride outside of another vehicle back into this? It's like, oh my gosh, this is like the worst thing ever. I cannot think of anything worse, except what we just did. We jump on the freaking tank, dude, and that tank does a pivot around and starts just hauling ass back towards the city. And then it slows down, hatch opens up. He's like, hey, LT, I just got word on the radio, your platoon's back. He goes, okay, let's go back. I'm like, oh. Good, because that was like the worst idea ever. Like the worst thing that could, like, but I'm not going to do my duty, Like, I knew it was the dumbest thing to do. Do I let him do it by himself and not do it, not get on? No, man, you're there for your dudes, even if they are stupid. So he turns around, take us back to the fob, and you just hear the gunfights, the explosions still in the background, dude. You're seeing things just, wow, is this freaking real? We go back into the fob, and they cleared out one of the buildings for us that was, already there when they built the walls. And then they had the chaplain come talk to us and stuff. And he's like, hey, everybody just come in this room, lay down, try to close your eyes and get some rest. And then I was like, where's Josh? And my roommate, Josh Roundtree, the one roommate I had left because one guy went to group, another guy got out, and now Chin is no longer there. He got killed. And I'm asking where Josh is, and because he ended up being family. His family became my family up in Dallas area. So on like different holidays that I can't make it all the way to Indiana for, like I'd go there and have family time with them, man. And someone told me, he's like, oh, he's out looking for you. I was like, well, tell him I'm back. Tell him I'm here. Not that that's, it would actually lead to him coming back. He's out there fighting the enemy. And then so we kind of all just kind of sit down, man. The vibe was so like weird because you still don't know how to react. Like you don't know how to let out what's inside of you. So we just kind of just sat there and just kind of like was quiet and just kind of looked at each other for a little bit. And I laid down, man, and I put my shirt over my head, dude. And I just started crying. I just sobbed. My body didn't know how to handle what we just went through. So it just came out and sobbing. I tried to talk to the chaplain. He was a Catholic, so I decided that was enough of that. No. No, one thing about Valesky, now, retired 3-star General Valesky he is a devout Catholic. Mm-hmm. He is a big example of his faith, man. I'm just not a Catholic, I'm a Christian dude. Mm-hmm. And I tell you, a lot of people in that type of scenario, they end up trying to ask about what, about Christianity and stuff. And I grew up in church, pretty much all my childhood, and felt I had a pretty good grasp of what it was, or at least what I was told it was, mm-hmm. And tried to share it with other people. Mm-hmm. But, there's those deployment believers and stuff like that. And that's really, what can I do to make myself feel better about myself and what we're going through temporarily. And then, some people stuck with it, some people didn't. But there was just no other way for an outlet, because if you're talking to your homie about it that just went through it with you, he's got the same issue and doesn't know how to deal with it either. And that's why, one thing that really attracted me to Kyle Morgan's mission, man, is, getting people help in need and not being seen as a bad thing, because that's proof right there that there has to be some kind of outlet for things you go through, because the only thing my body could come up with is just freaking cry. Like, to the point where you can't breathe. And I'm just laying there on the cold concrete, man. Covered myself up because I didn't want people knowing. Mm-hmm. I'm sure I was loud enough where people knew I was crying my eyes out. Mm-hmm. I wasn't the only person. Mm-hmm. None of us judged each other for it either, man. But we had to saddle back up. They gave our platoon basically that night where we didn't have to go back out. So that was basically our own little break, man. Was, all right, 1st Platoon Charlie Company, 2-5 Cav, man. Like, even 2-5 Cav, man, to this day still does services and stuff for us. Mm-hmm. Like, I just went to one, on the 10th of April. Man, they had freaking members of the 1st Cavalry Band there, and then they had a big representation at the battalion and in formation for us. Had other events there, static displays, took us to lunch, and man, to be honored in that way, like they have, what they call us is like the legend, 2-5 legends, I think that's what they call us. Mm-hmm. Not the platoon, just people that were in Sadr City. They call that the legend 2-5 or something like that. I was like, wow. To this day, 22 years later, they're doing it every year, and we get honored by that, man. It's freaking amazing. You can see the attendance of that going down every year, but most people that live close by do go to it. Mm-hmm. So we got that night off. Let me go back to that. Mm-hmm. And didn't have to go out on mission or anything, man, for that whole 8 or 7 hours. And then we had to readjust, man, of what the mission was. Because remember, we were told it was the safest place in Iraq 2 days before this. And now it was the biggest battle in military history, or not history, but modern history since certain ones in Vietnam. Mm-hmm. So we're literally the most combat experienced unit since then, to this day. Because that went on for the next 92 days without not fighting.
Really?
Yeah,
it's just
yeah.
92 days straight.
Straight before the first quote-unquote ceasefire. But Muqtada al-Sadr would always just say, oh, yeah, ceasefire. Yeah, we'll do a ceasefire. We'll go in, and then the ceasefire's not real. Mm-hmm. It won't follow it. But but there was a day where there was not any fighting, but it took 90-something days to get there. Yeah. And that only lasted a day anyway. Mm-hmm. So there's times where, every mission you're usually on target,
So what's that like then? You guys get your night of rest and everything's changed.
Yeah.
Like when the next day you load up for the next patrol or load up, like what's your mentality now? Because it's game on.
Yeah. It was similar to like getting ready to leave for my second tour. I thought it was just going to be the same. Mm-hmm. Our leadership did a great job. We had some really great leaders, man. Our company commander, even our XO, our first sergeant, our company commanders, a general officer right now at the Pentagon. So that lineage, man, is rare. Mm-hmm. So by the time we deployed, though, it was no longer Abrams. It was Shirelli, which he ended up being a big deal in the political realm for a while too. After he retired, but that lineage became everything, and that became everything as far as confidence goes, right? So us on the lower end of it, who are actually out there facing the enemy, having those leaders put together what the mission set is going to be going forward, and the fact that we actually came back or made it back instilled a lot of trust in who we were deployed with, man. Even if we didn't know them, like we didn't know everybody in our task force. Mm-hmm. We knew most people because they were most of our battalion. But going out, dude, the next time, dude, was like freaking stomach in knots, dude. It was like dysentery starting to set in because you live around sewage everywhere. Mm-hmm. So stomach and knots plus diarrhea doesn't work well together. Mm-hmm. It's just asking for, which I did mess my pants a couple times. Mm-hmm. It was not fun. Hilarious, but not fun. I can't really exactly remember what the first mission out was. I do remember taking a picture with my guys. And it looks like it's an old photo, dude. I have it on my phone, but it looks like if you took a picture of the old Western days. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's like that far out. But I can't remember exactly what it felt like to go out on the next mission, man. But it just got to the point where you just accept that's what you do. Mm-hmm. And then you start doing the best to your ability to make sure other dudes are covered and they come back. Because not one time can I recall, we're over here because of America. Mm-hmm. I'm doing this for freedom. Not once have I ever thought that. Mm-hmm. Not that I don't like America. It's just that wasn't in my head. It was like, I'm here. These guys are here. Let's do our job and go home. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Shit, man. That's a wild, crazy way to start your deployment. That's day one.
Day one, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's some really crazy stuff that happened, man, that didn't include us being stuck for hours and like that. But there were some times where I can remember this time we took over this school, just to have as kind of like our, put like a temporary, like command post or something, because it was already in a strategic area, right? So being a Bradley dude, we end up getting our Bradley sent over. Sitting back from Fort Hood, and they sent him over. Dude, and it's not too long after that, so I would say it's just a few days after that, man. I didn't see the sun for 2 weeks. I was in this Bradley switching with my driver, pulling security in the Bradley for like 2 weeks straight. The only time I really saw the sun is you open the back door so they can give you water and ice, MREs, And so it's like, the door opens and the sunlight comes in. You're like,
Yeah.
like a vampire or something, But we were the only Bradley with 2 dudes. Everybody else had 3 dudes to switch out with.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we were on rotation, man, and for 2 weeks with 2 dudes. And that sucked. Where it was like, I can't do more than a half hour. Like, we have to switch out every half hour.
Mm-hmm.
So during that time, dysentery, and the water bottles were like 1.5 liter bottles. They were kind of big around too. I was pulling security. I was in the gunner seat. I'm like looking at through the sights, and I just feel my brain just shutting off, dude. Like it was just lights out, lights on, lights out, lights on. And then one time I felt like something warm like running down my leg. And I was like, man, I think I just pissed myself. And then I like look and stuff. And I'm looking down at myself. I'm like, it's not wet there. What the sweat? Maybe it's just sweat drain, coming down my leg. So I reached down and I scratched the back of my leg. And then that's when I brought my hand up, and it smelled so bad, dude. My butthole leaked. Yeah. I was like, oh man, so I started going to the back and I cut one of those water bottles tops off, and I was like, well, this is the best shot I got, taking a decent dump, and tried to hold it up against myself and make it go inside there. But it was so nasty, man, that it just like shotgun blasted.
Oh.
I ended up with from my elbow down was had it on there, and it got on the floor and stuff. And here we're still having to live in here, and I'm like, so, yeah, I mean, it's embarrassing, but not. Like, hey, look, dude, it's just the way it was, man. Like, you get dysentery when you go to a place like that. It's just so much nastiness around. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that happened at deployment, man. Our rules of engagement, though, kind of matched what we needed to do. Every deployment after that, though, got more strict. I was like, so we need to call up and get permission from brigade level to fire back? Like, man, it's not worth us even being here. But in this deployment, man, they were burning tires in the street to give a really hot heat signature to hide what they were doing down the street. So in our ROE, you see someone burn a tire in the street, you can engage. We've got to do that. We were the first sergeant came out with us one time, man, and he, it's not the first sergeant's job to come out, but he wanted to, and so he was, so I was with the LT, and then 2 of our other Humvees and the first sergeant, or not Humvees, Bradleys, and the first sergeant, and we're going down this route that a lot of times has little IEDs on it, like small ones. So Bradleys can handle them fine. But you hear an explosion, I'm thinking, oh, well, another IED. Someone was like, hey, anybody get hit with that? And he's like, enemy. You hear 10 o'clock. 2 men on foot. And then you hear dum 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 dum. That's the 25. Well, you're not supposed to shoot 25 people on feet, on the ground. That's usually for ground troops in the open, not one dude in the open. You use the 240 for that, but he was shooting the 25. And I was like, I got on the radio, I started yelling, and I was like, who's shooting 25? And then the first sergeant comes up, authorized 25. Because he's like this old Texan accent stuff, man. Coax malfunction. I was like, Top, you authorized 25? Yeah, I authorized 25. Coax malfunction.
Getting after it,
Yeah, he's getting after it. So I scan over a little bit, and I just see his rounds just kind of just going everywhere, man. It was like, I was like, hey, I'm going to go around this way. And then I see 2 more dudes that are trying to get away, right? So there's a berm on the edge of this town, or of the city that separates it from what we called Square Town, because it's just shaped like a square. And he's trying to go up this berm, and I go, Top, I got it. I got coax switched to I switched to coax, and then you see this dude trying to run up this berm, and I just spray from like the 10 o'clock down to the 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, just like that, and you just see the rounds go right across his back, face plants on the berm, dude, and it just slides down. And I'm like, one down, and I go to look for the other dudes. And this one guy's like crawling in the reeds, the higher grass or whatever, because it's kind of like swampy over there too. And I let a 25 loose, and it's high, so it just goes high. So I adjust, and then hit it again, man. Hit right below his belly, and you see his body just freaking like lift and spin. And then the third dude, I switched back to coax because he was just hiding behind something. I'm just like, just use coax on them. Well, the guys in the back, we had a system where they had a screen in the back too, so they can see everything I'm seeing in my sights. And as soon as that 25 hit underneath him, the dude just lifts up. I heard it in the back. They're like, oh, like someone just got dunked on,
Yeah.
It was so I got on the net and I go na like the ESPN thing, like something cool just happened. And this is a time frame where we had to go and inspect not everybody. Sometimes it's not possible, but we had to go get intel and empty their pockets, take whatever weapons they had, take photos and stuff. And that's when I got shown the photo in the camera. He goes, Sergeant B, you wanna see your handiwork? I was like, yeah. What do you mean? I just saw it in the screen, man. He goes, no, you did not see. You need to see this. I was like, okay. So he shows me, and the way I describe it is you're standing up, right? You look at your feet. Your toes would be pointed towards your face if you were to fold in half or whatever, right? Like your toes point towards you. This dude, his bottom half must have like twisted or something, and then folded up towards his face where his calves were up by his face. And then you see, like, because the camera had a flash, you see like frog eyes like 6 inches from the guy. There's this little frog just sitting there, rivet,
Yeah.
And I was like, holy crap, that HE round's freaking powerful. That is a good round. And so I give the first sergeant crap about, well, he wasn't the one shooting, his gunner is, which was the master gunner. Master gunner in infantry, and Bradley's is supposed to be like, he knows how to fix the 25s. He knows pretty much everything about the gun and Bradley stuff. That's his job in the unit. Set up training for us that are in the Bradley. And I was like, I even teased him about it a few weeks ago. I was like, oh, you couldn't even hit those dudes just freaking everywhere, man. I was like, whoa, man, we didn't zero that. That wasn't even our vehicle, Yeah, I was like, well, you don't zero it to your eye. You zero it to freaking the system. So that was one of the few engagements with the 25 that I actually got to see an actual photo of. I didn't get out and look at it because I had to stay there and watch out, But I ended up sending that picture to my dad, and he was like, why'd you show me that? I've had nightmares for 2 weeks. I was like, really? Why? We are completely desensitized to things, man, compared to like normal people. Like, I don't do well with death anymore. Like, I go, I'm sorry for your loss. Like, I don't know how to truly show that empathy because of the amount of death we've had to deal with, in our jobs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even though I do genuinely care, I just don't know how to make it look like it, So after all that stuff, man, and my dad telling me he had nightmares, I'm just like, okay, so I need to treat other people differently.
We're not on the same level.
We are not on the same level.
Yeah.
Around that April 4th, 2004 time, in that timeline of that 90 days of battle, man, is when Fallujah was happening too. And that was a smaller group of Marines, man, than what we had.
That would have been 8. So that was the first battle, Fallujah. Then. Yeah, that's like, when was that? Because that would have been April, end of April or something like
Yeah.
that, or like
Yeah.
So it's like people always
Beginning
think
May.
Battle of Fallujah. They always think of November of 04.
I don't. I think of the first one.
There's the first one, which there's some Marines that were in both too. That were like, oh, I was there in April and I was there in November. But yeah, April of 2004, there was the first Battle of Fallujah.
Yep.
It was mostly Marines, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And dude, they were asking for help, from what we were told anyway. And we're like, yeah, we're fully engaged over here, dude. We wish we could come help you. And they were trying to figure out how to get some of our elements to go help them. And we're just like, we can't, because now we got blown up Bradleys, Humvees, you know, like even our maintenance guys, dude. Oh, dude, became really good homies with our maintenance guys, getting our vehicles back up. Like, they worked day in, day out, and just freaking rocked it, man. Like, I don't know how that even works, man. But they were like, you guys are out there doing that. We're going to be here making sure you have your tools to do it. Like, we had a great unit, dude. I know Valesky, he said that he would have put us up against any regiment guys, companies or battalions. He goes, that we were that level and stuff. And I was like, well, of course you'd say that. It was your battalion, you know? But we truly, truly had to figure it out on the fly. And Valesky basically wrote the modern urban warfare. Like, they teach it at the War College, that everything Valesky was doing.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
So we were like pioneers of, modern urban warfare.
So what were you guys doing? Like, that was something that changed. Like, I mean, maybe we.
I really wouldn't know what to compare it to,
Yeah,
except
yeah.
what we were
Exactly,
training
yeah.
for. You know, I mean, we had a mount site and did mount training. Military operations in the urban terrain, but it wasn't like we didn't have people there flooding the area to make it harder to work and operate in. It was just us clearing rooms. It was basically trying to come up with some kind of CQB, TTPs and stuff. It's like, we never were really taught CQB. We didn't have entry shields, stuff like that. Like, we were either kicking a door in, shooting it with a Mossberg, or saying, hey, Bradley, run into this wall. That was breaching.
Do you guys do that stuff?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, I ran into the wall of a building and just had the driver. I was like, all right, now pivot, drop ramp. And then the dudes, as soon as they came off the ramp, they were already inside because I put a freaking hole in the wall, and that's how we cleared the building.
That's awesome. That's super cool. Hell yeah.
Yeah, man.
Well, I mean, I like hearing that type of stuff because I don't hear, you kind of hear rumors of it, but it's like, yeah, dude, adapt and overcome. Like, blow the wall down and then drop the ramp, and why do you got to go through the double gates?
Because they were walking around the building, but we can't find the door.
Yeah.
I was like, tired of waiting. We already, kind of missed that mission window of when we're supposed to already hit the target. And it was like, freaking just run into the wall, man, make a big hole. Excuse me, Sergeant? Go forward fast.
Yeah.
Roger. Back up. Pivot right. Stop. Drop ramp. That's how it was, dude. Yeah. Man. Dude, it's... dude, in that point in time, dude, it's just... Your missions, it could be a lot of different things, man. A lot of times it was drawing contact. Like, we really didn't have anything that we were actually out there for except to draw them out and then freaking shoot dudes, Other times it was like pulling security on someone fixing the electricity. I'm like, what a waste. In my head, I'm like, we're infantrymen. Like, get the MPs to do this. I don't know. That's not their job either, but I like to pick on the MPs sometimes.
Yeah. So, like, like on the fob, I mean, you guys are getting into it all the time. So you just like going back to your fob and just refueling, restocking, heading back.
Yeah, a lot of times you have to pick between eating or sleeping because there's not enough time sometimes to do both. Definitely there was no shower yet still even. Well, there was It's what I would envision Auschwitz shower would be, because it's just a big room with a bunch of showers, probably where gas is actually probably used. So you're showering like really close to probably like 9 or 10 other dudes.
Was that already there?
It was already there.
From
So I don't know what it was
Iraqi,
for. Iraqi, whatever.
Ugh.
Yeah.
It's now you're
Yeah.
some weird Iraqi shower.
Or they used that because it had a water line and put shower heads up.
Oh, okay.
That might have been it. I don't really know. I just remember using it maybe once or twice at most. Like, we were disgusting, dude. Yeah.
We had the same way too. We had just a water bottle shower. That was it. There's a spot to do it, and it technically was a shower, but it didn't work. And there was, I think, like 4 stalls or something that you could just get in, and then some guys would heat up the water because it was so hot out, or you just. It wouldn't matter. The water was outside. The bottled water would just sit outside. So it was hot.
Yeah.
So it was like,
Dude, it sucks. That's where they put
sucks,
most of the water, like even on the small cops and stuff. You know, there's a water tank out there. They come fill it, and it's out in the sun. You know, you have like a trailer. This is a different deployment, but I'm not trying to move too fast through it. But yeah, it was always either hot, or if you take a shower early in the morning, you got to deal with cold. There is no water heaters. Yeah, so they were building barracks and stuff there. We just didn't have them yet. But once we did, man, like, they tried to do everything they can to make us feel like we could separate mission versus the rear. Except back then, the first sergeant got us into the game Counter-Strike on the computer.
Nice.
And I was like... So we go out and do this in real life and then come back and play it. Okay. Well, I mean, not exactly, but running and gunning and shooting, stuff like that. And that's what that game was all about. So, but it was a good break without being completely disengaged, because I don't think anybody would ever want to completely disengage, because then you have to restart that engine every mission, you know, and that's just probably way more work and stress than just being kind of more already kind of there.
Yeah.
So that battle rhythm was very quick, very come back, debrief. A lot of the non-vehicle guys, so if you weren't a driver or TC or a gunner, those guys got to switch out all the time. And we're just on every mission all the time, I started getting pissed about that, man. Like, I was like, why can't we get a break? It's like, well, you're already a qualified crew, so... It's like... Yeah, we finally got like a AT&T phone trailer that you could fit like 6 people inside. And I called home for the first time, and I talked to my dad. And then we started getting mortared, and it was Mother's Day in 2004. And we took, I think it was like 82 mortars that day alone inside the fob.
Jesus.
Yeah, it was just like one after another, bah, 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 bah. And protocol, you know, was, hey, we start getting mortared, you got to go back, check in, get accounted for. And I told my dad, I was like, hey, I got to go. He goes, what's that sound? I was like, we're getting mortared, I have to go. He goes, mortared like bombed? I said, yeah, I have to go. So he goes, oh, Justin, man, just shoot yourself in the foot so you come home, man. And I go, click. And that didn't sit right with me, dude. Like, I already haven't come out of this unscathed, but I'm still alive, you know, or whatever.
Yeah.
Why would I shoot myself in the foot and be a coward to come back and leave my dudes here? It took me a long time, man, to get over that. Like, I was like, oh, yeah, I don't want to associate with that, man. You know, that's... I understand as a father, you don't want your kid to be there, right? But I also don't jive with that way of thinking.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. That's a whole nother realm of Justin Bellamy that... Yeah. So that deployment just continued to be just a lot of just combat, dude, throughout the whole year.
Anything else sticks out to you significantly from
I mean, we've taken that Sadr Bureau building several times. Man, we were on mission one time, dude, just driving down, getting ready to go to the target, and there was just a big explosion, dude. One of the largest ones I've heard personally. And I start looking through like the periscopes and stuff of the Bradley, and I'm like, where's that coming from? Where was it? Dude, our lead vehicle, man, is just like halfway sunk in this big freaking hole. I see Coleman, which is another tight homie. He's still in, actually. He runs from the back of a Bradley, dude, because he got out, went straight to the driver's hatch. So I think he was in the gunner's seat of that of the vehicle behind him. He gets out, goes to that other vehicle, man, and goes to the driver's hatch, lifts the driver's hatch, and I just see him pulling the driver out. You know, his name's Chapman. He was actually the youngest dude in the 1st Cavalry Division when he first got to us. So like in the division, he just turned 18. And I think by the time this happened, I think he was 19. And Coleman's like dragging him out. Like this dude had the most adrenaline pump. It had to be like, that's the whole thing that was fueling him. Like puts him over his shoulder, jumps down off the Bradley, dude, with this dude on his shoulder. And you just see his leg just kind of flopping. It was obviously disconnected. He did end up losing his leg, this kid. He was a very cheerful type kid, man, where everything was just funny and jokes and everything. Well, he's a kid, you know? We all were kids, dude. I think I was barely 22, I think, at the time. And here I am, a sergeant at 22, and, you know, responsible for other human beings that, you know, is just, it's a different level of mentality, man. I think a lot of people can associate with that, even if it's not the exact same thing. Like, you don't have to go through the exact same thing someone else does to know what they're going through or feeling. Yeah. So that's a big one that sticks out. We've had Australian Special Forces. We basically had to take them somewhere. And I just understood it as we were going on mission with these dudes. They're in our vehicle, and we get to a certain point, and they go, "All right, mate, go ahead and stop." I'm like, "Okay." "All right, so we're going to meet you in a few days." And they just get out. And it's only like 5 dudes or something like that. I can't remember how many they had, but there was 2 in my Humvee, or in my vehicle. And because we did do Humvees on that one. And they just got out. I'm like, "You're just going to go for a few days?" He goes, "We'll be all right, mate." I'm like, "Okay." And just left them, dude. So that was like my first interaction with any SOF community, was just dropping these dudes off in, you know, middle of Sadr City. So I don't know what their mission was, but that was kind of cool to do. I got to hood surf down like Route Florida and we're outside the edge of Sadr City, man. You know, we were on mission, just cruising down this highway. I was like, "Screw it, dude. This is like the only time I'm gonna have this opportunity." So I get out my gunner's hatch and I'm on top, man. And I'm just like, dude. Yeah, I got to experience that. Not super cool, but at the same time, hey,
Something fun.
something fun to do.
Yeah.
It was relatively safe area route on the other side of Route Florida. If you know the area, there's like a zoo not too far away that end up being kind of a refit point too. So yeah, man, dude, there's probably so much stuff that's happened that I've forgotten, man. You know, it's just crazy how much that things can ebb and flow in that type of environment.
Yeah, that's wild. So you know, what's that like then? I mean, you guys are coming back, or when did you guys get back? And
In 05, we got back, man. I mean, but dude, it's not over till it's over, you know. A good buddy of ours, he was on log pack. He was in our headquarters platoon in our company, and he was going to do a supply run or whatever at a different fob, and vehicle rollover, dude. He died. We were leaving in like 2 weeks.
Oh, it sucks.
Yeah.
That's shitty.
Yeah. And it's crazy, man. I mean, stuff happens all the time. And it really sucks that we were so close to going home, man. And he doesn't make it back. The whole process of leaving didn't seem real. Because at that point in time, it's like every day you're accepting this is your last place that you're ever going to be. You know, other deployments didn't have the same vibe. Even though I expected the next one to feel the same or experience the same, because my stomach was in knots, man, getting on a plane. I was like, oh my God. And then it was nothing like it. And this one was just special. It's like we had news crews come. We've had Martha Raditz with ABC News come, and she was like interviewing people and taking notes. She ended up writing a book called The Long Road Home, and which National Geographic Channel ended up buying the rights to that book and telling the story as an 8-part miniseries. I think it aired like in 2017. And we got to go to like a lot of the premieres in different cities. I went to the one in LA. You know, this is 2017 though, after I was already medically retired and stuff. It's cool experiences. That deployment was just different, man. I don't even know where to go with that.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I know how you feel. Like, it's just that first time. I mean, you guys experienced a lot of stuff, though.
Yeah,
and
it was like
above
fire
and beyond.
hose
that's
feeding.
A big fire hose. That's not normal. That's not,
Yeah, we didn't know what normal was.
Yeah,
that just became normal. We would go to different fobs and stuff. They're like, "Oh, you guys from War Eagle? You guys are from War Eagle?" And they're like, "Oh, I've been there one time. I've been there twice." And then like people were keeping track how many times they actually been to our fob. Like it was like a passage or something of like how tough you were. And I'm like, we freaking live there. So thanks. I don't know what to tell you. You know?
Yeah.
And going to the green zone, dude, it just pissed me off because when we go there for something, we're seeing people, jump on a diving board into a pool, and I'm so like, I just get pissed about that.
It's two completely different wars.
Completely different. And we're all like 6 miles away. You know? Oh, yeah, man, we're going to the movies tonight and, going to the pool tomorrow and whatever. And I'm like, I hate you. I hate all of you. We're showing up, dude, with just face black, from, running through all the sewage and stuff, and the vehicle in front of you kicking it up in your face, and it's just caked on your face, dude. Coleman, my homie Coleman, he like wear goggles and stuff, so he takes it off. And it's just like dark because he's a pale skinned guy, real pale, and you just see like just completely white around his eyes. I was like, bro, make sure you wash your face. He goes, I'm too tired. And he'd go to sleep, man, just disgusting, nasty, dirty, man. I was like, at least use the water bottle, wash your face. It's like, that's feces and piss, dude. It's like, that's not just dirt from the air. Yeah. Yeah. So he was kind of like Pigpen from the Peanuts, Charlie Brown stuff, man.
It's exhausted, man. Like I get
too exhausted. Yeah.
I remember those days too.
Yeah.
I mean, we were kind of in that same boat. We'd actually burn our own shit, and then you'd be like, "All right, rack out."
You just stirring it because you poured JP8 in there.
Yep. And I was a boot, so I had to do all that stuff.
Yeah,
and
I
then
never
we
had to do that.
patrolled
Thank
and
God.
do like all the other stuff too. So it was like everything plus all the shit duties.
Yeah.
And so it fucking sucked.
Yeah.
But I get what you're saying though. It's the two different wars. Because when we were over there, we would barely call home. We had 2 sat phones for an entire company out in the middle of a city, so we were completely cut off. And then another family friend was like, well, I don't understand. You're not talking to Ethan. I talk to my daughter every single day.
Yeah.
They're like going to the restaurants and stuff on base. And she's like, they call him every day. And my mom's like, you're on a completely protected base. Like Ethan's out fighting the war. Like it's a completely different experience, which is wild. But I was gonna say, is it cooking you over there? Yeah. I think there's this power button. Oh,
Anyway.
it'll shut down.
Oh,
It
okay.
takes like 15 seconds to shut down now.
Sorry about that.
That's all good. I was gonna say, man, yeah.
You're like bringing me back to Iraq, dude.
Yeah,
Freaking cooking.
I was saying it's colder out here. I just want to make sure you're warm.
Yeah, I appreciate it. That's one thing I will never forget either, man, is, being a Humvee gunner most of the time is just feeling that hot air against your face.
Sucks.
It's like just holding a hair dryer all the time to your face, man. It's like, gosh. But hey, man, you get used to, you get comfortable being uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Your mental state changes. That's why, like now, I don't go outside. I don't outside. I use it as a verb.
Yeah.
I don't outside.
It sticks with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, they're like, oh, you should be used to the heat and stuff because you were. That's exactly why I don't go.
Yeah.
That's why I just don't do it.
I don't
it's
like
not my jam. I want comfort now at this point in my life. Thank you very much.
That's with like sleep deprivation. Like I just go to bed. Like they're like, oh, let's stay up. Oh, I'm not.
No.
I'm going to bed.
No.
I'm tired. I'm going to bed. Because I know what it's like to like not get sleep for days on end.
Yeah,
or
dude.
you get 2 hours of sleep.
Now that you don't have to,
Yeah.
why would you put yourself through that?
Exactly.
That's
Like,
my
I get uncomfortable.
mentality,
It's like,
dude.
we're done. I'm out. Like,
Yeah.
I'm going to bed. And
Go to bed. Thank you very much.
And then that's okay. Yeah. No, dude. So you go through that deployment. What was that transition like back to, life after that? Because, that's a significant, like I said, you guys are considered legends. That's spreading through the unit. Sadr City, that's a legendary, or you say.
Well, that's not I'm only repeating what people what they call
like
it.
Sadr City, that was infamous within the Iraq War. Sadr City was a significant spot. Firefights, you guys are there from day one, and just getting after it. Like,
because I didn't know how much news coverage it got.
well, at the
Like, I
day,
didn't
back in
know.
the day, back in the day too, it wasn't like it was later on. Where like you like Korengal Valley, everybody knows what that was. By 2010, everyone knew what that was. So if you were going, they knew what was happening in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Iraq, though, Sadr City, you're right. Nobody really knew, but you guys are in the thick of it.
Yeah.
And the whole city's coming down on you every day. So it's
Yep.
crazy hearing about that. Now you're going from that to back to civilian life. Like
Yeah, that's kind of tough to do because you start doing different things while you're there. Like even how you treat kids and stuff is different. Like, dude, I freaking had to get an implant in my face, in my tooth, because I got hit in the face with a freaking half a brick from this kid. So this one mission before going home, we're just going down the road and stuff, and you get a big crowd of kids wanting chocolate mista, chocolate mista. Like, I don't have chocolate. Go home. Go play football. And so when you don't give them something, they pick up rocks, man, and start pelting you with it. And there's like 80 kids usually, like in a big group in this area, and they all just freaking attack like a swarm of bees. And then you just see rocks coming, and all of a sudden, just bam, right in my face. And I hit the deck inside the Humvee, and I'm bleeding because it like busted my nose and my lip. And I'm like doing this, and then you see like blood coming out of my fingertips or between my fingers. LT looks back, he's like, Bellamy's hit, go, get back to the fob, let's go. And I was like, oh man, I'm gonna kill that kid.
yeah.
And then I'm sure there's other words I was using that I don't remember or whatever, but whatever, I was pissed, dude. I was super pissed. And then he goes, Bellamy, you're going to make it, man. And I'm like, what does he think happened, And I was like, I'm not shot. I got hit in the face, and I looked beside me, and they're like, it's right here. He even came in here, and it was inside the Humvee. I was like, I got hit in the face with this. He goes, oh, okay, you good? I'm like, well, it sucks, but yeah, I just pop up, and then, like, by the time I popped up, all the kids were scattered. Dude, we used to freaking, kids that would be like little turds and stuff, man. We were like, oh, you want some chocolate? Like that. As soon as they get close, man, freaking snatch them up, put them in your Humvee, dude. Tell the translator that, if they don't start, if they don't stop throwing stuff at us and stuff, he's not going home. And, he's crying for his mom and everything. We take him like 8-10 blocks away and then kick him out, like completely in a different different area of the city. And that was fun to do, because we did that pretty often. We did it with men too, like just grown adults that we suspected of doing stuff. Yeah, they would lose their minds. They'd cry for their moms too, dude. Grown men, oh, my mom.
Yeah, right. Like, yeah, they get snatched up by the enemy. Oh, shit.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. Driven around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't know what's going to happen to them. We're not going to really do anything to them unless it was something.
Yeah.
Unless they were like an HVT or something like that. That we have to take back. But just someone standing there, and you could just tell he told some kids to go do what they were doing.
Snatch them up.
Snatch them up. Take them somewhere else. Have a nice little talk with them. Yeah,
that's hilarious.
Yeah.
So yeah, man, you guys are heading back. What's the vibe? Like, what's that transition like?
It's kind of surreal, just because your brain's so used to doing combat stuff for a year long, basically, with very few breaks in between. So coming back, man, it was like, okay, well, I'm missing something. And I think every combat dude that can relate to this, man, because there's nothing like adrenaline. Like, I don't think any drug, anything you can do that replaces that. So it became riding motorcycles, crotch rockets and stuff for me, dude. Man, I wasn't the best rider, but I tried stuff I shouldn't try. Went through 2 motorcycles. I was like, so what, man? I got a broken arm for this first one. It's my homie's birthday, and they're riding this route for his birthday. I was like, oh, I got to get out of this cast and go buy another bike. So we dremeled my cast open so I can go ride bikes with dudes, that type of transition, man, just doesn't happen overnight. I don't even think it really happens fully anyway. Like, you just start meshing into a different lifestyle than it is changing who you are, it's very it's like getting used to combat all over again, but in completely reverse. Like, you have to learn how to treat people differently, and you can't snatch people off the street anymore. You can't just hey, look, there's something burning in the street. Let's blow up the whole freaking grid square. That stuff you can't do back home. The transition back, going reverse to Kuwait and everything. Honestly, I don't even remember it much. I really don't. I think we were just so happy to be heading home, man. Whatever did happen there didn't matter.
Yeah. Like,
it wasn't enough to remember, because I can't think of one thing. That's totally bad for a podcast. I totally get it.
No, I totally get it. And, like, everyone's got their different experiences, or, what matters and what, whatever.
Yeah.
So I'm fully on board with it. I mean, so you do that, but you end up getting out, or, like, how was it from the deployment?
Because
to,
I was
because you're stop lost.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
I didn't re-up.
No. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, so what's that like feeling like, like you're getting out?
Well, in my mind, I'm like, I don't have to ever go through that again. And, there wasn't really like a cushion time to reintegrate or assimilate. Really, you're assimilating back to regular freaking life, dude, after being in a combat zone for so long. And even like interviewing for jobs and stuff, man, I totally bombed an interview because I thought I was showing what leadership was. And they were like scared of me. Like, the lady that was interviewing me was super scared of me at that point. And so things that it just doesn't translate well. So you got to relearn it all. you know, I did some really stupid stuff, man, when I got out, like irresponsible, you know, traveling the country and stuff like that, you know, with a chick, and that just became super toxic and was good for nobody. Yeah. Like the whole reason for it was not worth it. But those experiences, I think as individuals, we have the opportunity to decide if that's something we're going to learn from or let it destroy us. And it was something that really prepared me to be I'll say good husband. She can disagree if she wants, but I don't think she would. But it prepared me to be a better husband for my wife. Man. Like it's all just preparation stuff. There's a lot of stuff that, look, when it comes down to it, you can look at events in your life as destruction or a way to use it to build forward. You know, and I always had like a more mentality of like, how do I use this to not do that again? Obviously getting out of the Army. That was my answer, to never do that again. Yeah. You know, so there's, you know, I end up having to go back in the Army, dude, under circumstances that was on the legal side. I didn't break the law or anything, and you know, I have 2 kids with my wife I was married to before I deployed the first time, and some legal stuff she brought on. The judge was like, "You have 24 hours to rejoin the Army," and I'm like, "Really?" It's kind of like when Peter Griffin hurts himself. He's like, and it is like this big, long, drawn out scene where he's just sitting there holding his knee. Yeah. Yeah. Oh no. So pit in my stomach again, man. Just punching the gut. Rejoin the Army, man. And did the next 8 more years or so, whatever it was. Yeah.
In Mosul,
yeah.
Or you were the I mean, you can say, give us the brief of whatever of what your second deployment was.
Yeah, like. Second deployment, man. So rejoining the Army. I mean, I did. I didn't pick Fort Hood. It just sucked me back in, man, and end up at a unit that just got back from a deployment, and this is 2007 or 8. So late 06, I think, is when I got out the first time. Spent about a year, rejoined. Yeah, so this was early 08. Probably like April, if I remember right. Get to this unit, and it turns out the sergeant major is one of the first sergeants on my first tour, and from 2-5 Cav. And he ends up getting sergeant major, and he gets this battalion. And I was like, oh, sweet, Stucky's here. Awesome. But I start seeing how, and I had to start from being an E5 sergeant again, man. Like I was already about to go to the 6th board and everything, and so it kind of reset that timeline. So I might as well have been a day 1 sergeant, which sucks for me because now I have to restart all that, and with people that don't know me. So it's not like oh yeah, Bellamy's here, he can go to the board instantly, you know. And I actually did the opposite. I actually pissed everyone off instead. You know, had the leadership we had. You know, they deployed together. I get that. I didn't realize what that meant structurally. Now it's a good old boy system, and I'm on the outside. And I noticed that my squad leader just really wasn't around us very much, not really doing any training with us. And I'm like, dude, this is sucky. Like, I'm going to end up steamrolling this dude, this staff sergeant. So I go to the platoon sergeant. I'm like, hey, sergeant, you know, can I talk to you about something? He's like, yeah, what's up? I said, I don't feel like Sergeant so-and-so is doing his job. I want the squad. And he's just kind of like, whoa, I wasn't prepared for that, you know? He goes, man, let's talk about this some other time. Well, he ends up telling that guy, my squad leader. That squad leader tells all the other NCOs in the platoon. And then they end up dragging me into a room by myself, and like, they didn't tie me to the chair, but they set me in a chair and were just, trying to intimidate me. And I was just sitting there just smiling at them like, you guys are a joke. You guys are a joke. You think like you're going to scare me? Like, you want to fight? Let's just fight. Like, don't sit here and scream at me like your feelings are hurt, And so I was on the outside immediately. And then I get word that Colonel Valesky, at the time Colonel, is taking over 3rd Brigade, 1st Cavalry Division. So I'm like, I'm going to go to a ceremony. Well, I'm in 1st Brigade, so I'm not even in his brigade. I go to a ceremony, and I see him standing there before he's going to take the podium and stuff like that for, like, change of command. And I tug on his shirt. I was like, sir, good to see you. Congratulations. And he looks at me. He's like, B-Man, why are you still in E5? And I'm like, I was like, well, I got out and came back in. He goes, told you not to get out. I'm like, yeah, you literally told me face to face not to get out. And he goes, you got a job? I go, well, I mean, I'm not in your brigade. He goes, come to my office on Tuesday. I'm like, okay. So I go to his office. Hey, sir, I'm here. Come meet my sergeant major. And his sergeant major's a bat baby. He was in 3rd, 375 his whole life, and I think until making sergeant major. And then he ends up, his only way to get like a brigade level, spot is to go to Big Army. He takes me in there, and this dude looks like he just mad at everybody. Like already, like I didn't even do anything. I walk in. He's like, who's this? He goes, Sergeant Major, I want you to meet my man, Sergeant Bellamy, deployed with me in Sadr City. Integral part of why, we were so successful, blah, 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 blah. Such a high-level officer answer.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like,
yep.
Integral.
I shot
define
at people.
that.
Shot a lot of people.
Yeah, shot a lot of people, but so did a lot of other people.
Exactly.
So it was I guess that's technically accurate. Yeah. And so he just starts asking me questions like, so what do you want to work for the sir? I was like, I said, Sergeant Major, is that what I'm here for? Like, he goes, well, isn't it? And I go, I'll work for him. Of course I'd work for him. I said, I'd die for that dude. And he goes, all right, you can leave. And that was it. I'm like, this dude hates me. He's not feeling my personality or something. It was just really dry and stoic. A few days later, I get called to my sergeant major's office, which was formerly a first sergeant at the 25 Cav I was at. And I go in, and he goes, Sergeant Bellamy, you trying to leave me already? And I go, what do you mean? What's happening? He goes, no, 3rd Brigade's off. They're giving us 2 E5s for you to go over there. He goes, is that what you want to do? And I was like, well, I don't know what the job specifically is, but apparently it's working directly for Valesky. And he goes, yeah, I see. He's like, yeah, go do that, man. And then, so I went over there, take my paperwork from my old unit, walk over there, go see Colonel Valesky, and he goes, all right, let's go to S1. I'll get you in processed. I'm like, all right, roger, sir. Walk into S1. She's a major, so the officer over S1 is a major. He introduced me to her, and she's like looking at him, looks at me, looks at him, looks at me. He goes, all right, get my man, in process here, get him ready to deploy. I'm like, oh, we're deploying soon. I didn't know that either. And he walks out. She goes, who are you? Sergeant Bellamy. She goes, no, I can read because my name tape and rank on it. And I was like, oh, well, we were together in Sadr City. And she goes, I've never seen a brigade commander or any commander hand walk someone into an S1 for in-processing. So then rumor starts to spread that I'm some big shot maybe, or somebody special, which I didn't know. Like, I didn't know that was going around. I was just whatever, you know. I'm just in process here now. I remember going from there, and she's like, okay, well, you're in this headquarters company until we get to theater and whatever. I'm like, okay, so I'm like, where's that at? So I go over there. Door's locked, so I'm just sitting out back, and then I'm seeing people come out of the door. So I get ready to get up and go catch the door open, and this chick walks out, dude, and I'm like, just totally stopped in my tracks. I'm like, oh my gosh, I've never seen a hot chick in the Army before, because they all look like they're usually not hot.
Yeah.
You know, or of a different sexual persuasion.
Yep.
And that's the last time I saw her until we got to theater and stuff. So walk in, that first sergeant's like, Sergeant Bellamy, we're so glad to have you here. Like, he's shaking my hand and stuff. I'm like, so this is what Pogue life's like. This is, you know, like
it's nice.
Headquarters brigade level. Like, holy crap. Like, I don't even know what to do with myself. And it always rubbed me wrong because I was eventually just attached to their PSD, and usually PSD people are like the ones the leg units don't want, and they just send over because now they're no longer their headache. I didn't want to be looped in with that, so that's when I was told I was his PSO, not on his PSD. I was his personal security officer. I'm like, okay, well, we can roll with that. In processing happened, nothing new there, just people treating me a lot different than just some E5 sergeant getting to the new unit. And I start recognizing when we get in country, man, in Mosul, of like captains and majors and, you know, master sergeants are talking to me in a way like, hey, Sergeant Bellamy, how you doing? I'm like, I don't even know who you are.
Yeah.
It's because of how I got in process that the commander walks me in, right? And so I start recognizing that, and I'm starting, hey, how do I take advantage of this?
It's weird because officers have their own culture. Like,
They do.
The colonel is...
Dude, I start calling officers by their first name.
Yeah. And they're a little typically more chill in generalities than enlisted are. But like,
but if you're enlisted, you don't call officers by their first name.
No.
I'm like, what's up, Joe?
Yeah.
Which is a good buddy to this day. He was a captain that worked in the office, and I would just call him Joe. And Sergeant Major heard me call him that one time. Sergeant Bellamy, come here. Moving, Sergeant Major. Go in his office. I hear you call another officer by their first name ever again. You're done. Do you hear me? Roger, Sergeant Major. Got it.
Yep.
Got it. I kind of fell into it, though, because of how I was being treated, you know? Exactly. And it was like... I was told to go yell at this captain and say, hey, where's the colonel's report on XYZ? And you have an hour to get it done. Like, I kind of fell into that, you know, and I had keys to his freaking Ford Explorer that we, would drive to the helipad when we'd fly anywhere. And I used that to impress a girl before, and took to the chow hall and took her to the PX on the other side of the fob, because Camp Merez was huge, because it was like that and Diamondback all in one. Diamondback had the airstrip, so it was huge. You had to either take a bus to get there, or you had to hook up like I did. But that really wasn't doing anything for my career. It was working for someone you highly respect, obviously. And then we had Martha Raditz found out like we were all in the same place. So during the deployment, he was my platoon leader, but he was a company commander on this deployment. And then obviously Colonel Valesky was there. And she's like, oh, I have to come out and see you guys and walk the streets and stuff like that. So she comes out, man, with the whole video crew again, and asking like, what's it like being together again, you know, after Sadr City, and so it was cool. Like, we've had some exposure and stuff on a national level. Yeah. I don't even know if she wrote the book yet, at this point because this is 2008. Yeah, 2008. And Mosul, completely different theater, different weather, different struggles, different problems. So, but I took my job seriously when it comes to the colonel. Like, you don't want your dude to die. Like, that's like every PSO's freaking nightmare, right? Like, that's a complete failure. So I'm always like telling him, like, I said, sir, you get out of the truck before I do one more time. I'm getting you in a freaking headlock, and I'd actually limit his ripet intake because no offense, sir, but you were getting older and you were, those things run right through you. And I knew if you had too many, more than two, you're going to have to piece in. So there's just little things I was doing, that come with the job.
Yeah.
The coolest thing though was really flying around northern Iraq. It was just like me, him, his translator, and his aide, and I got to see a lot of stuff, man. That's cool. I normally wouldn't get to do. Yeah. We end up like in the Erbil area and landing on top of this freaking mountain where it was like there was snow up there, and there was 2 platoons worth of dudes that lived there. I'm like, you guys freaking live here? That sucks so bad. They're like, yeah, it does suck. He goes, but we're away from everything. And I go, oh, yeah, that's almost worth it.
Yeah, it is almost worth it.
Yeah. So.
Also, those years of the war, depending on where you are, it was pretty, it was starting to die down a lot. And everything had shifted to Afghanistan. And, so.
Like, I was surprised to see Sadr City. Like, I didn't know Sadr City got walled off until, like, American Sniper came out. And it was like, Sadr City, 2006. And then next thing you see is someone unclipping, a T-barrier from a crane. I was like, wait, you walled off the bad part? Like, that was our AO. Like, that's where we lived there.
Yeah.
So to see it walled off because it was so bad it was like, man, it's that bad that they just don't want to even touch it anymore. So I don't know if that says anything about us or, but definitely I think it does. I think it means that we went through it, man, and just came out the other side. I mean, we lost a lot of dudes and a lot of injuries. Just on that April 4th, back in Sadr City days, man, we lost 8 people and there was like 60 or 70 something wounded just that day. Yeah. So I kind of understand why they walled it off, but at the same time, you leave that unchecked, man, it's just going to fester.
Exactly.
Yeah. So Mosul was a completely different experience for me. It went from all the combat to being like something people saw as, I don't want to say a star or anything, but it was more like like I was a celebrity or something. And then I did take some advantage of that.
As you should, as a good enlisted should. Yeah.
Because I would have to go to this office and get a map made every time me and the sir would fly somewhere. I need to know where we are, what elements are, already there, what routes, can get us where to point A, point B, whatever. And I'd get it all done, and then I'd sit there in the office and just wait. And there was another sergeant that worked there, and super cute. And I would just sit there and talk with her, and we'd have chats all the time. And then later became my wife.
Nice.
Yeah. It's going on 16 years.
That's
man.
good. That's good shit.
Yeah. So it translates very well for some things that I do because she has 2 deployments herself. She was in Bakuba in 2006 when it was like VBIDs. Like, it was just nasty. She never, like hitting the fob, dude, it was just, she told me about it. I was like, wow, massive VBIDs. I tried to get her to come out with us one time in Mosul. No. I was like, come on, let's go. Just all you gotta do is get in the truck. And she's like, no, that's not my job. I was like, true. But don't you ever want to just say, I did it? I was out there outside the wire? She's like, nope. I'm like, okay. Well, whatever.
Good to go. Yeah. So what led you into chasing after dudes and busting your ribs?
Oh, I don't swing that way. Did I take your statement wrong? Your question?
No, the one you. Yeah.
Chasing
really,
after dudes.
Yeah. Chasing down dudes.
Yeah. So I was like this PSO for like 3 months, right? And then that's when that sergeant major was kind of got to see what my leadership style was like. He pulls me in his office. He's like, big, huge Copenhagen dip in his mouth, like if he ran out, you knew it because it was like someone on their period.
Yeah.
Where they're just super sensitive about stuff.
Yeah.
And
sorry,
you're good.
Yeah, good.
He asked me, he's just like, hey, relax. Because I'm always locked up with that guy. Like I'm
you don't fuck around with sergeant majors like that.
Yeah. And he goes, relax. He's never told me to relax before. He's told me to at ease, but he's never told me to relax. He's like, what do you want to do with your career? I said, well, I thought about going to group, going to selection. My former roommate, before we deployed the first time, he's in 10th group now. I just think there's more for me in the Army than, what I'm doing. Like I get frustrated. He goes, no, I can tell. He goes, what's your PT score? And I was like consistently like 330. Like I was on the max scale all the time. He goes, you're a ranger. You're a ranger. I'm like, okay. He goes, all right, that's enough. He didn't say that's enough. He goes, all right, dismiss. Just get out of my office. I said, Roger, sir. Sergeant Major. So I leave, and then like maybe 3 weeks later, man, something. I mean, I don't know the exact timeline, but I'm looking at my Army email and stuff, and I'm like seeing orders to 275 or, school report dates for airborne and ranger school. And I'm like, did they send this to the wrong person? And then I didn't really say anything about it. And I'm just like, what the heck? And plus I never checked my AKO email. So it's, not an email I really expect good news from anyway.
Yeah.
He ends up asking me, he's like, hey, did you get any emails recently? And I was like, Sergeant Major, yeah. And I thought it was just to the wrong person. He goes, you're welcome. And I was like, you did that? And I was like, oh my gosh. So I started looking up 275. Volesky he did his PL time at 275.
Oh, no shit. So he was a ranger.
Yeah.
Ranger,
and I was like, oh, it's cold up there. I don't want to go there. I want to go to Hunter Army. I want to go to Savannah, right by the beach, So I emailed the LNO. I'm like, hey, wow, this is great. Is it possible I can get this changed to 175 instead? And he goes, are you freaking kidding me? He writes me back. He's like, you got to be kidding me. He's like, you got orders to regiment without even being tabbed or even the attempt of being tabbed. Like, that does not happen. And you want to pick which one you go to. I'm like, I'm sorry. I apologize. I take it back. He goes, I'll change it. So I end up having the orders for 175.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And then, so having that. So at this time, I'm like 28 years old or something like that. Had someone believed in me a little bit earlier, because growing up small town, like even my parents didn't really push me to do anything great. It was just like, finish high school. Because, they're from small town Kentucky. Like even finishing high school was like the greatest accomplishment, that could ever happen to, small town. No offense to anybody in Kentucky, but I mean, when they were in school and everything, most time you didn't make it past the third grade, in that setting. So for them to finish high school was a big deal. But it's just the beginning, at least for us. So I was never really pushed to do anything better. great or reach for any goals. I was never set for goal-oriented stuff. Like I had college letters for high jump to go to freaking different universities for freaking free. Ended up joining the Army instead, you know. And so having those experiences, even in the Mosul, was really cool, but I can't stay there and then go to regiment, you know. Yeah. Sergeant Major's like, you need more squad leader time. We're going to put you back. We're going to put you on a line unit. I was like, okay, cool. Because there was one time we were getting ready to get on a bird. This is a tie into this. We're getting ready to get on a bird. We pulled up to the pad. Valesky's like, hey, B-man, who's in my seat? I'm like, I don't know. I'll go make sure they move. I run out there. The bird's already, you know, spinning. And then I was like, okay, you, and you need to move. That's my seat. That's the sir's seat. That's his aide seat. And then I run back. I was like, they're moved, sir. Let's go. And then, so we get on the bird. And I notice he's a sergeant major. We land. They were using us as a taxi. So they get off there and we go do our thing. Which one of the things that happened in a bird was really cool. But at this point in time, I just kind of took note who it was. And when I went to go get down to a line unit to get more squad leader time, they put me in a bird by myself in my gear and just 2 birds flying down to this other fob to drop me off. And so when I get off, there's 3 people standing there. There's a captain, a sergeant major, and a light bird colonel. And I get off like, Sergeant Bellamy? I said, yes, sir. He's like, all right, well, we're gonna welcome to this unit. We're gonna get you in processed here and get you out to your company. I said, okay. And I look and it's the sergeant major I freaking yelled at to move out of the seat. And I'm like, oh no, this is not gonna be good. So it's kind of like I stepped on my crank on the first unit I was at when I got back to Fort Hood by saying, oh, I'm going to run over this dude. Now I was barking at this sergeant major to move, and now I'm in his freaking battalion. I was like, gosh, man, I can't get a break. But he didn't. He was just like, oh, I'm so glad to have you here. He's like Puerto Rican. And I like, thanks, Sergeant Major. I look forward to adding to your great leadership. It's like some whatever political answer I come up with just kind of just blurts out of my mouth. So we go in process, and then they're like, well, our company's not actually here. We're out in a cop, kind of in the middle of nowhere by this, so it's actually almost another hour drive. I'm like, oh, sweet, out in the middle of nowhere. Kind of get left alone. And dude, they're like, I can't believe you got your own birds. Like, there was no one else in them. I was like, pilots were in them.
Yeah.
So it was like, still, again, now it's not just at Camp Marez where all those people were like, oh, that's Valesky's guy. Now it's here. Oh, this guy got his own freaking bird. Like, you know, I just was told to get on it.
Yeah.
Like, whatever. So I was trying to prepare for the board and, you know, get promoted and, you know, get a squad. So they basically had to piecemeal a squad for me because I was like, when am I getting my squad? And then they attached me to some tankers that were on our cop. So a platoon of tankers were the infantry squad that basically did everything for them that was ground stuff, you know. So that was really cool being out there in the middle of nowhere, dude. Yeah.
Chill.
There was actually it was really chill. And there was actually an earthquake that.
Really?
Yeah, dude. It scared the crap out of me. I had no idea what it was. It's kind of like in the movies where you like hear big rumbling and stuff, but it's like an army of tanks coming to get you. You know, that's why the ground's shaking. That's what went through my head, not earthquake. I was like, oh, man, we're going to get nailed.
Yeah, I went through one in Hawaii, and I was like, oh, my God, what is this?
Yeah,
I
dude,
realized
it's freaking weird, homie.
Yeah, it's weird, yeah.
Really weird. people were diving underneath the huts and stuff, and I'm like, I don't know what this is, so I'm just gonna stay right here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, diving under
Something
that's not that great of a structure is not the best idea, you know. So I was just really trying to get ready for Ranger School and stuff, man. And I really wish I would have bought in on myself earlier, because I would have done it way earlier. Yeah, it's unfortunate, man, because after airborne school, I got a different injury, and it just kept me from going to Ranger School, dude. It really, I even broke up with my girlfriend because of it, because I was like, well, she's not going to move there with me, and we're just dating, you know, which is the chick I was talking to in Mosul. So I broke it off with her, and wasn't that nice to her. And I'd still like, hey, you want to hang out? Why? She's like, why? You broke up with me. Why would we hang out? I'm like, okay, so it's over. It's like, well, yeah, you broke up with me. Of course it's over. You know, her mentality is freaking solid, dude. There is no gray area in that. She doesn't let herself get into that, you know, realm of back and forth stuff. But when I got hurt and they said that they were going to retire me, I was like, hey, you want to, I'm not going there anymore. And I really apologize, you know. She gave me another shot, man. And one of the best things that ever happened to me, dude. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But
you want to tell the story about chasing the dude down?
Oh, how I got hurt.
How you actually got hurt. And got your main medical retirement. Yeah.
I wish it was cool, man. It's just stupid. It's. But anybody that's worn PVS 14s or 7 Bravos, it doesn't matter which ones, will totally understand. So we're coming off a mission of sitting on the Euphrates River and just watching this one point where they were like trafficking weapons and stuff. And we're coming off of that, coming back to the cop, and then we get to a certain point. We get over the radio. It's like, hey, we got some eyes on these guys that are digging a big hole, and they were carrying a cylinder type thing. So on our cop, we have like a tower and an eye in the sky camera, and they give us the grid for it and everything. So I'm like mapping it out. I'm like, oh, that's just 2 clicks away. Not bad. Let's just park the vehicles here. We'll get out and we'll hoof it and just see what's going on. Well, where they were was like we did have to go up this berm, and then there's like railroad tracks on top. And then you go down the berm, and there's like a little village down there where they were burying this thing. So we just get up to the hill and like look over, and I'm seeing them dig, man. I'm like, oh, yep, they sure are. And it was hard to make out like the cylinder thing from that far away, but I can see them digging. And then that's when I see the shovels get put down to the side. I'm like, oh, they're about to start covering it back up. And that's what they started. They put it down. They start covering back up. And I'm talking with the talk, and I'm like, hey, we're about to go. Can we go? Can we go hit this? And they're like, well, let's get the captain in here and take a look. I'm like, well, why'd you call me over here if I wasn't? You just want me to look at it. You can already look at it. And I'm sitting here waiting, and I'm like, screw it, let's go, guys. So I was like telling them, hey, we're going to chase after these dudes. If they take off, Bravo team, you follow them in the village and don't lose track. We're going to secure the area of where this digging is going on. So we start hauling down the freaking hill, man. Get up the hill, start going down the hill, and then I trip over either a railroad track or a big rock or something, and then friggin' smack, hit my chest real hard on a big rock that's up there. And I like cracked my SAPI plate, dude, and then like I had 2 ribs that came out of socket. So basically, it's like a knuckle there, and it's all being held in. 2 of my ribs is just like, you know, coming out, and I don't know how it happened, but maybe like when I rolling down the hill, dude, it just went back in. I don't know, but It hurt really bad at first, then it didn't hurt. So I went down, pulled security on where these dudes were digging. The other team went after the dudes. They ended up getting them, dragging them all the way back. I had some Iraqi Army guys with us because we have to at that time. And I pushed my guys out, and I'm talking to the guys at the talk, and I'm like, hey, walk me on this thing because now I'm not sure exactly where it was. And they're like, oh, there's someone sitting down right where they were digging. I'm like, who's sitting down? I start getting pissed. I'm looking around, and there's nobody sitting. I've had most people in the prone or taking a knee, while they're pulling security. And then he goes, oh, no, they're not sitting. They're taking a knee. And then I'm like, I'm taking a knee. I could be sitting right on top of this thing. And I just start moving some dirt around, real carefully and stuff. And sure enough, dude, there's like a metal piece that had some wire coming out of it. And I'm like, I am right on top of this thing. So I tell the Iraqi dudes, get the translator over. I'm just like, hey, we're going to pull security, and you uncover this, get in, because we're going to call EOD and get it taken care of. And they wouldn't do it. They freaking ran off in the dark, dude. Just gone. So I uncovered some of it just to verify it wasn't just some kind of like radio or something that they just, that just happened to be there. Sure enough, dude, it was. I didn't ask any of my dudes to do it. I just went ahead and did it. And then I used that at an interview, man, as a time I showed leadership. Scared the crap out of them. They're like, yeah, no, you can't work here. I was like, it's not even that bad. I've done way worse than that. Yeah.
So then that injury and then getting your ankle tore up is kind of the start of the med board.
Yeah, it was the start of the medical retirement, which I didn't want that, dude, because at this point in time, I've already got north of 10 years in, and I'm like, dude, I'm over that hump. Like, I want to retire, I don't have anything else. I don't know anything else. And, when I got back, I went up to that sergeant major, and I was on crutches. The sternum thing, like, it would just randomly dislocate and stuff, man. You can hear it just knock out and stuff, and it's like, can't breathe for the longest time unless it just slowly works itself back in. And what the doctor told me was, well, we could do like a metal bar that goes across your chest that holds it in, or we just see if the thing heals up, because over time that metal bar is going to, as you get older, it's going to cause some issues. I was like, well, I guess we'll just see if it gets naturally held in. Muscle fibers start reconnecting and hold it in again. So that's the route I went. And then they were like, okay, well, we're going to medically retire you. I'm like, how about we just wait till I'm healed up and I go back and, I could get back, my path to go to regiment. And then that was not what was happening at that time in the Army. It was a big drawdown, 2009, 2010. So this is after the Hassan thing at Fort Hood. That he shot up.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, dude. I saw that. I was actually getting my physical for Ranger School in Mosul, so that I can already have all that stuff done. And they actually, my unit, I was there for 2 weeks, man. They couldn't find the time to come back and get me. I was like, sweet. Yeah, dude. And I got jacked, too, because we had a gym there. And this one tanker guy, all he wanted to do on his off time was lift. And I was pretty skinny. But I got jacked. So when I saw my wife again, in Mosul, she was like, whoa. My neck was like wider than my head. I might be speaking too much for her. Maybe. Yeah. Maybe the whoa was more like, wow, instead of whoa. So yeah, I got to see the Hassan stuff like on the news because Camp Merez was so big, like their satellite TV and stuff. And I'm like, whoa, wow, that's exactly where we go to get ready to deploy. Like all the paperwork and stuff we do and checkups and all that stuff. All that stuff gets done there. I was like, dang. So it was very, very surprising of things that are going on back home. But yeah, started getting med boarded, dude, and I was super pissed because that's not what I wanted. And then got depressed about it. So not only am I injured, now I'm freaking depressed. Now I'm eating a lot, and now I'm fat. Mm-hmm. You know, I went from a yoked, 195, 6'1" dude, just freaking ripped, to about 240 and not ripped. Mm-hmm. That's like the biggest I've ever been, and it's super soft. Mm-hmm. And I struggled with it, man. And it turns out I would not fit in, my leadership style would not fit in the Army now anyway. And that is confirmed by talking with the dudes that are currently serving. Like, oh, no, you can't do stuff like that. I was like, oh, that would be my exact answer. Mm-hmm. Good thing I'm not in. Mm-hmm. So that was a rough one. They put me in the Warrior Transition Unit, which is just basically go to your appointments, get off the company's MTO so they can get someone else in. And 2 years, man, of just going to appointments and stuff, man. It was just terrible.
Yeah, really. It's just a slow process. Yeah.
Yep.
So it's like finally kind of getting they're like, you're gone, you're done, here's your paperwork.
I was just glad. It wasn't like that I was glad to be out of the Army. I was glad to be out of that freaking process.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I felt like I still had more to offer. Just unfortunately, it wasn't an opportunity I was given. Mm-hmm. But looking back at it, man, like, dude, I wouldn't be with my wife because she would have already got out of the Army and gone. Mm-hmm. My daughter and the life that we have, the experiences I've gotten to do in between then. I think there's just ways that things work out. Yeah. They either work out for bad or work good, but we also have decisions to make. Mm-hmm. This one was just not a decision I got to make. Yeah. And I just had to figure out the rest of it. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So you going from that, how does that lead into TAC 11?
Well, when I moved to Houston, because I was like, well, we might as well stay in Texas. Where is the economy doing the best? And it was like, this area in Houston is like the number 2 city to move to in the United States. And I was like, okay, we're going to wherever we have the best chance of making it. Yeah. Because all I know is infantry. I don't know much else. So, I fell into selling cars. I did that for like 3 years. Hated every second of it, man. People walk in and like think you're the biggest piece of crap ever, like immediately, no matter what you've done. Mm-hmm. And then, dude, that sucked. I'm like, man, you don't even know me or treat me this way. Mm-hmm. So I had to get really good at overcoming people's perceptions and getting people's guards down with like the first 10 seconds of talking with them. Mm-hmm. And I got pretty good at that. I just didn't like selling cars because of everyone says, oh, they're used car salesman, like it's a negative thing. Yeah. Being in it, it's not what everybody thinks it is. It's just that the perception is the same no matter what. And I used my GI Bill, was going to school, and then that really wasn't paying the bills. That's when I fell into selling cars, is when the GI Bill wasn't paying the bills. And we happened to move into kind of a ghetto area at first of Houston too, and I didn't have a clue. Like, dude, my truck was on its freaking frame. One time I walked out of my house, dude, my truck's on the frame, window busted out. Dude, it was just a terrible area. So I put it in my head, like, I always want to start excelling. Like, I want to find the people who are doing well and just be able to watch them, And one of my friends owns a business. He took it really far. He's making a lot of money now, has a really big business. And, seeing that happen, having different mentors in it. And I was like, man, I need to be able to do something more for my family. And there was an opportunity where a contractor got a contract in East Africa. And my buddy gave me the contact for, SOC. And was doing all the process to be on that contract and everything. I was like, well, I need to buy armor, man. I can't go there and not have armor.
Yeah.
You know, I don't even have a kit anymore. I actually sold all my equipment that I did collect over my years in the Army. Sold it to an organization that takes like underprivileged kids out hunting and fishing, and they look up to military guys. So I basically gave it to them, and the SOC process was interesting. You know, they send people to your house for the security clearance and all that stuff because I didn't have one anymore. I wasn't using it. Actually, in the infantry, you don't even need one. So I probably didn't even have one. So, you know, they come there and do your interviews and all that stuff. So I was down that road, go to somewhere I Googled that said they sold armor. I go there, and it's a place called, I don't even want to say the name, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Let's just say it's veteran related, but it turned out I was the only vet there. I was like, how'd you name this company that? And nobody was really a vet. Like, hey. Anyway. And they were like, oh, take this plate carrier. I'm like, oh, how much is it? No, just take it. I'm like, oh, okay. So like, those dudes seem cool, whatever. So I'd stop in every now and then they end up asking me to be a part of their team and head up their sales. They're like, oh, your background, you know, your experience, you know, we think you'd be great for this. And I'm like, East Africa, stay home. So I decided to stay home, which I don't think I would have passed the urinalysis anyway. Yeah, DECA stays in for a while. And I'm like, okay, so now I work here. I negotiated my salary and stuff. They had some kind of internal fight when they were getting an investor or something internally between the two dudes that founded it. And then they exited one, and then basically asked me to take that place over some time. I did a lot in sales for them. They owed me quite a bit in commission, and negotiated VP position and a good salary and everything. And that's when I learned stuff was being imported from China. And I went home, complained to my wife all the time how these dudes lied to me. They would take trips, you know, to China, to the factory, and then they're like getting Chinese hookers and stuff. And that's just not in my character set, right? Like, that's something you want to do. That's on your own time, whatever. But it's just not something that I would agree with as a business partner to do and be associated with. And so when I'm going home and complaining to my wife so much, she's like, you need to stop laying this on my shoulders. Babe, either do something about it or shut up. I'm like, wow. Open my eyes. Okay, well, tell me how you really feel. So, I mean, I spent a lot of time in prayer about it, dude. It was like, but my salary's like nothing I'd ever dreamed of. Like, you know, I told you how I grew up.
Yeah.
There's no way I was ever going to have $180,000 base pay.
Yeah.
You know? I was like, that's going to be tough to give up.
It's tough to give up.
Yeah. I walked in, man, because my integrity is not for sale. Never has been. But I had to figure it out, you know. I walked in, I said, guys, I'm out. And like, oh, you're taking a day off finally? I'm going, no, I'm out. Like, I can't stomach it. I've been putting this on my friends, and a lot of them are in law enforcement, you know, at that time too. And I felt like I lied to them, but I didn't know. I just thought it was being processed somewhere else, you know? Yeah, it didn't sit well with me at all. So I quit, and I had an idea where I wanted to do it right. You know, I got in contact with some ballistic material engineers that became really good friends of mine. They helped me design armor in the first place and stuff. Because like when I first started TAC 11, we didn't really have a customer base. Like, it was just like, hey, let's go to people we know and see if what happens? Well, we end up having to design, like 6 sets of plates for this very small team that paid with a check from an electric company. It was like Electric ABC. And I'm like, who are these dudes?
Yeah.
And, my homie Randy designed the plate carrier, and he was on TFO, back in the day in Afghanistan. And he's, just been a great homie to me, and, obviously a supporter of TAC 11. Like, he takes full embodiment of what TAC 11 is. So I'm really grateful for him. But I didn't really have a business partner. I didn't have funding. How we really made the seed money was during COVID. Like, we sold like nitro gloves and masks and stuff, like to the Army. That and there was my buddy was stationed in Germany, and he was like, "Our facility needs all the COVID stuff. Can you find it?" And I was like, probably. And just started shipping stuff to Germany, man. And all that profit went to the seed money of TAC 11 to make it what it is today. Like, I could have bought a Lambo. I could have done, or a McLaren or something, But my dream was to do this right.
Yeah.
Give law enforcement and special operations and stuff a different take on gear and armor, because now I'm on both sides of it. Like, I'm a former end user. I know what it's like to be in combat. I know what it likes to wear issued really heavy and cumbersome gear. So why don't we design stuff that actually is not that, And that's what we came up with. That's what I came up with to run the company off of, and make sure that it's always centered around personal integrity and character first. Like we told the Texas Rangers Special Operations Group when they came to visit, all we talked about at first was the ethos at TAC 11, not what products we have. I said, no, it comes out because of who we are, the character and integrity of us, not because we made a good product. Yeah, companies can make good products and have zero character, but it's kind of like if someone has good character, you can already trust them as a man. Then if you can trust them as a man, it kind of, by way of that, you can trust the product.
Yeah.
But you can't do that in reverse. You can't trust the man because the product is good. So we focus on that part first, and we don't advertise, man. No social media advertising. Yeah, we post on Instagram, but TAC 11's been another adventure that I still feel like I'm serving, and it's very tiring.
Like I said, you word of mouth. We talked last night. We were having when we linked up, you got an amazing quality product, so people are. Like you get,
it's recognized once it's in the hands, but they don't recognize the name until, freaking, one of my homies, man, he's former DevGru, Team 6, Black, Red, Gold, Silver Squadron. He was CMC on Silver Squadron. He called me one day from Langley. I'll say, let's just connect dots.
Yeah.
And he was like, hey, my buddy, I was on Gold Squadron with him, and they bought some plates, and the second round is smoking through it, and he wants to talk to you about armor. I was like, yeah. Hey, Justin, man, Jim's got nothing but good stuff to say. I'm Bob. I'm like, okay, Bob. And he just chuckled. So I still, to this day, don't know if that's real or not, but as far as name goes, he goes, here's our issue. He tells me, and he goes, here's what we want it to do. And he's like, PKM rounds, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, I'm doing a mental checklist. And by the way, can you make it positively buoyant? I'm like, well, to stop those rounds, you need a ceramic strike face, which does not float. It's a literal rock.
Yeah.
And he goes, oh, well, if it's not possible, don't worry about it. I just thought I'd ask. I didn't say it was impossible. Well, just give us some time to figure it out. Well, we ended up figuring it out, man, without using any foam, because we first tried foam, but the plate ended up being like 2 inches thick, and that's not unrealistic. That's unrealistic. You can't wear a plate that's 2 inches thick. And it ends up being like right at an inch thick, man. It defeats M855A1. You know, they wanted 54R, so it defeats a 54R LPS, multi-strikes of it. So it's the only one in the world that does what it does, armor-piercing rounds and positive flotation. Yeah, so it's just, I cried when it got finished. Like, it was as simple as going to the testing was as simple as going to the pet store, getting a fish tank, putting water in it, and trying it. Yeah. And once it came back up, I was like, "Oh my gosh, we did it!"
Can you talk about how you figured it out, or
or
is it a trade secret or something? You know?
Well, the material that I worked with this other company on, they specialize in like boat deck impact mitigation for like big heavy weights, you know, fishing weights and stuff like that just hit the deck. Like it's a different material, and I was trying to work with them with that, and we did, man. And they were like doing samples of stuff, and I was like, you know, because we did an NDA and everything. But that's not what ended up being the final. Like, because as of last year, I found a better way to do it. Well, we have to make it in house, which is time consuming, but it's a better way to do it. And they're just super stoked about it. It's not something we put on ads or anything like that. I mean, it's not for everybody. That plate's over $2,000 by itself for one, you know.
So $4,000 for
$4,200
front and back.
Yeah, front and back. And when, you know, the building said, "This is just for us," I was like, I figured as much. And then they came back and said, "Put it on your website." I was like, "Which one is it?" And I don't want to build another web page.
Yeah.
You know, well, Sean does he's a homie, Army vet too. And we're like brothers, man. Sean does all of our website stuff. He actually came up with the logo. Just a very professional designer. And that's just what he does. Like, you know, you do production stuff, and he does design stuff. It's pretty cool. And so that whole thing was kind of surreal because it's a 3-letter, a phone call to my cell phone, because a former DevGru dude believes in me, because I'm the only person he knows from it anyway, you know. And so we send them samples, and we're like, "Hey, this is what we came up with, and here's a video of all the lab testing." So the lab actually has a remote view that you can record, you know, go there and actually watch your own testing. But we did a remote view, screen recorded it, and sent that uncut to the purchaser. And it's like, "Hey, here's the performance of it." And they're like, "No way." So that was really cool. And that's when I kind of had an idea of like, we can make it. Like TAC 11 can make it without buy one, get one free.
Yeah.
Or importing stuff. Like most of the armor stuff you see online, man, 80% of it's Chinese. And then the company will tell you, "We developed the blah, blah, blah." No, they didn't. It's freaking disgusting. It's disgusting. We are the anti-buzzword, anti-fluff. We don't even recommend armor, dude. Like when someone asks, it's, "No, we're not going to recommend something for you. You need a threat assessment. You need to figure out what your threat assessment is and go off of that." And you know what's never on a threat assessment? A 30-06 AP round. You know what the most purchased plate is? Level 4. And that's what that's built for. So we don't even make a level 4, dude.
Yeah.
And it's because it needs to be data backed. And being on both sides as, you know, an end user on the combat side and learning the engineering, man, is just really giving us a leg up and gives us the time that we can put into the end user instead of just random person that thinks they're freaking Rambo that has 30 magazines all over them and taking photos and putting on Facebook. That's not our customer. If you can buy 4 sets of armor of your brand to our one plate, you're not our customer, man. You're just not who we're building stuff for.
Yeah.
And that's okay. You know, But we really focus on, the character and integrity portion of it. So much so that we have a T-shirt that says character on the top, real nice and clear with a line, and below it says talent. It looks like it's written in crayon by a 5-year-old. Because that's literally what we believe, Character's, more important than talent. You can learn any technique or anything, man. You can go learn that stuff. But those intangibles, if you have all that talent but no one wants to work with you, what good is it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
100%. So you got one? Busting out?
I don't have the T-shirt, man.
No,
I walked right out. One thing that we did make...
No, say the plate carrier.
Oh, yeah, the plate carrier. Yeah.
Or do you want to go into some details, some other stuff there first?
Yeah, we can go in some other details because
really
absolutely. Tac 11, we do. I mean, that's not the only client, that we've done builds for, man. I mean, we've gotten a relationship with Faro Concepts. They're like one, without naming a specific order, the top 3, I would say, is, Faro's in there, Cry, Spiritus is really good, popular on the plate carriers. So having a great partnership with Faro Concepts, man, has really helped us get our product out as well. But that relationship is so good, man. It's just basically like homies.
Yeah.
Some of the greatest people are there. Like, just great people. I love hanging out with them. I'm there every SHOT Show at their booth. Yeah. Talk armor with their people, and that's how we end up doing like the Jordanian Special Forces together. There's some other stuff on the horizon that's, or I'm not going to say here.
Yeah.
I came up with an idea for a plate carrier system that works with armor plates, and no one's done this so far. So I'm like, oh my gosh. Well, I have a homie who's a former group, and then he was at the unit. He was going to the unit for a meeting. He's like, hey, this would be a good time to get these in front of CAG, get something. And I was like, oh, that would be a good opportunity. When are you going? He's like, I have no later than Tuesday. I'm like, bro, it's freaking Friday night. So we busted our tails, man, getting a prototype of this thing done and sent over there. And then so far, man, the reaction's been like, what is this? I've never seen anything like this. Because these dudes have worn every kit.
Yeah.
Every legitimate
access
kit.
to everything.
They have access to whatever they want.
Yeah, whatever they want. Yeah.
So to get that feedback so far, this is recent too. So I didn't get a bunch of feedback yet. I know they're going to shoot the plates that we made for that system. I don't know if they have yet. But, potentially having that opportunity, or even just getting the feedback for that type of echelon has been awesome. But other people still never heard of our name.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, we've done the Texas State SWAT and Texas Rangers Special Operations Group, like all of them. We're so focused on our customer base that they were expecting like an 8-9 month turnaround. We did 500 and something plates for them, just short of 3 months from the time purchase order was given to delivery. Yeah. Was short of 3 months. And they're like, wait a minute, you're already done? I was like, this is why we don't advertise, so that we can give the end users to actually do work.
Something interesting you said to me last night was like, you know who you want to work with are the people that order from you, and not dealing with the customer service on like some rando guy being like, what's going on?
It's snuck in a couple times.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But you're not like fully out there like some other systems are, which is fine. But
it's just fine. Yeah.
It's just that bandwidth gets sucked up.
It just gets sucked up, and that's not our goal. Yeah. All to the prepared civilians and all, but they're not buying stuff in our price point and our specs. They're buying steel and $150 level 4s that there's zero data saying, oh, that reminds me. Something cool that I thought was cool anyway, that came up in my meeting with the Texas Ranger Special Operations Group when they visited the shop. After the talks about the ethos and character, integrity, they're like, all right, you guys ready to see the process and stuff? And so I saw them walking around and everything, and then put plates in front of them. And they're like picking them up. And you're like, dude, you just out of level 4s? You out of stock? I go, no, don't even make it. And he said, well, why not? said, because everything we do, we came up with like a 3-pillar system, right, of why we make something or how we come about making something. And 1, it has to meet a mission need. 2, there has to be data behind it that says why it needs to exist in the first place. And then 3, it has to give you some kind of tactical or some kind of performance enhancement or edge, whether that's like lighter weight or thinner or stops more threats or something like that. I say it doesn't meet 2 of those. And he goes, well, there's no, what do you mean? I said, there's no data, and we've looked, researched, used AI to go back and look at public records since 1940 of how many instances anyone's ever been shot in the United States with an armor-piercing 30-06 round. And then it just comes back. It says there are zero public records of this ever happening. And I'm like, oh, well, what about something that sounds hilarious to compare it to? So we did the same type of research, but with how many people get injured being sexually assaulted by horses. So I said that to them. At this point, I felt like the relationship was okay. So it's not like I'm just busting this out like, in the beginning of the relationship. And then I was like, turns out 3 people a year are injured during some kind of sexual contact with a horse, whether, and they're like, oh my gosh. I was like, so operationally speaking, weighing down someone with parasitic weight for no reason just seems dumb. So, yeah, we could probably sell level 4s, but why? So we're very operationally minded. Like even our sizing techniques are different, and it's solely dependent on movement capabilities and stuff like that. Like you don't want armor being in the way. So that was something ridiculous that I compared wearing level 4 plates with. And I'm probably gonna get a lot of flack on the internet for it, but hey, you got sold level 4 so you can be ready for everything. Just not our mentality. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good even for on a business sense. Like if no one's, people are buying it, but like it's not needed. So we're not going to make that.
Yeah. They could say, well, there's always the opportunity of, well, they could also shoot you in the kneecap and pelvic girdle. They could shoot you in the elbow. Like how much do you want to what if this?
Yeah.
So you find that balance of protection and weight and stuff like that to where these operators can actually function more efficiently and still be protected by the stuff they're going to see, and even from stuff that they are maybe not likely to see, but still possible. Yeah. We're not worried about boxing up a rainbow inside of a freaking bottle or something. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like that's just not our concern. Yeah. Most of our clients, their offense is a way better defense than what that extra weight is going to provide.
Yeah, exactly.
Other customer bases, if you're going to sit still and just wait for someone to shoot you, I guess, we're level 4. But our customers and clients, they're not one sitting there. Yeah. They're working.
It makes sense. Yeah, it makes total sense. Yeah.
So let me get one piece out for you, man.
Yeah.
And I know that's just a TAC 11 thing in a nutshell. There's obviously a lot more to it. There's things that we've done that's not on the website.
Yeah.
And well, first I want to give you your gift, man. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate it.
Maybe. Get out of here. So here's the plate bags so far.
Oh wow. Okay.
So what you're seeing here is a material called X-Pack, and everything that we do is made in America. All of our materials and stuff are made in America. And X-Pack is basically like a nylon on the front, and it's a laminate, so it doesn't stretch.
Okay.
So like a lot of times when you put pouches and stuff, your ammo, nylon over time will start stretching. This doesn't do that.
Right.
And it's
what's it called again?
X-Pack.
X-Pack. Okay.
We also got a little bit of flack on the internet for using it. Oh, it's not going to be a good material. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. Would you like to tell the Special Activities Division guys that wear this?
No shit. You got some good customers. Like I said, it's cool here and again, getting that out there. I know, like I said, you guys don't have a big social media presence, but if you want to get Special Activities Division gear, You go to TAC 11.
Well, I didn't even know they had. I ended up having a coin from them, and I was like, "You guys, why would you have coins? I don't get it." So this one is designed by the homie Randy.
Okay.
Call it the Noontime because
Yeah.
on Task Force Orange, he was Randy Noontime Nunez.
Nice.
And the system only weighs 12 ounces, so that's another 12, you know?
Yeah.
So I wanted to bring this for you.
Hell
dude,
yeah,
and then
thank
put the
you.
cummerbunds in here.
Oh, shit.
And I'll show you. It's a little different. So I'll set that up for you later,
Yeah,
man. So
absolutely. Thank you.
You take this for yourself,
Thank
man.
you. I appreciate
Yeah.
it. Awesome. Thank you. There we go. Here, do that camera. Yeah. All right, there you go.
Hold on, I
So-
forgot to smile.
Yeah,
I looked
there you
like
go.
I was questioning myself.
No, this is awesome.
Or life choice. I was like,
No, it's
duh.
great. This is awesome. Thank you. Holy shit.
Yeah,
This is
so
sick.
that's Kevlar threading on the back of that too.
Okay.
So it's really strong. So what that fabric is meant for is sailboat sails.
Okay. Really?
So yeah, so I'm like, if it can harness the power of wind and not just rip to shreds,
Yeah.
I mean, it should make a good plate carrier, right? And so far, yeah, it's been really great.
And you're getting a lot of feedback from special operations guys that are just like,
Well, the
this
person
is-
that first tested the dudes that first tested it for durability wise, other than Randy hooking up to his gas powered remote control car or truck and just going gravel, grass, asphalt, gravel, grass, like just putting it through and then putting weights in it, putting the bungee tied to the molly because it's laser molly. Going up on balcony and dropping it and letting just bungee up and down to see if it'll rip. Like it's been through some paces, but we also had the PJs, some of the PJs in Alaska, run it through their enclosed rescue training.
Yeah.
Enclosed rescue training, dude, it's like simulating falling buildings where they have to crawl in and out to go get patients and stuff. It tears up all their gear. Like they always have to buy new gear after that. And they were like, dude, this thing held up really well. And we went ahead and jumped it in 3 canopies, and it's good with all 3 rigs.
That's awesome.
So I'm like, dope.
Dude, that's sick.
There's ideas I get, man, that ends up being something. And sometimes they're just something for me to do, and then decide later, and I go, and then I don't do it. What we worked on, I had an idea, and there's a company that makes stuff for like ventilation against the body and stuff. And I actually bought into some of their product to sell on our site and stuff as like a pay it forward type relationship thing. And then asked like, well, hey man, you're offering this other armor. What if you switched over to us? And they were like, oh yeah, that'd be, we could do that. We got to run out of stock of this one first. And then I'm like, no, I totally understand. Whenever you guys are ready. Didn't pressure or anything. Just trying to get the homies in the circle.
Yeah.
And end up being, I get a email because now I'm buying their stuff. I'm in the email blast. And it says, oh, a restock of this brand armor. And I'm like, oh, I thought we were going to. Like, well, we're already like second on the Google when you Google that brand. And I'm like, okay, no problem. And because I actually sent them an agreement to sign that I'm allowed to use their product to integrate into mine. And they signed it, and I was going to use that. But since it wasn't going to be a mutual relationship, I was like, nope, I'm going to do something different. Forget that. I'm going to do it myself. So what we came up with, and there's several different designs of this beforehand.
Yeah.
So what we're calling this is the Vapor Stratus. The Vapor Stratus system. So the plate carrier system. It's pretty naked right now, but
So this will be on that.
yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
So all you're seeing really right now is multicam. But what it has on this side is a mesh system. It's not mesh because it's not fabric.
Yeah.
This is a TPU, and then there's another layer on the back. So the blue is like a TPU, and then the black is a material that once it gets warm and settles, it turns into a foam. So we wanted to make sure it was comfortable against the body too. But this is all 4-dimensional pass-through of airflow, in, out, forward, back, and side to side because there's nothing closed. Even when you look inside, you put your hand inside, you could see through here and see your hand moving.
Really?
Yeah. So there's the only thing on the other side of this material would be the plate. Like there's no fabric behind it because it's cut out in the shape.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So it's got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you can see like there's airflow.
Yeah.
So this was the idea I was trying to finish before my buddy went to his meeting at the unit.
Yeah.
And I gave him a rough version of this, dude. And I was like, I typed up a letter and I was like, please understand, this is a prototype. They're like, what do you mean? This thing's freaking awesome. And I was like, glad you think so, but there's still work to be done. But so it's not just an airflow thing. That's not why this was designed. There's stuff that you can add to the plate carrier already, right? But there's nothing that works with the armor plates and give you that. Yeah. And that's what I want to design, is something that works as a system, not a pad, not a breathable freaking thing. It works with the armor plate for its performance while it gives you that ability of airflow and comfort. So that way you're not adding another 1/4 inch or 1/2 inch of something to your kit that's already got an inch thick plate in it. Yeah. So now you're 1.5 inch thick, and you still didn't even put anything on it. You still got to put your mags, PPTs, all this other stuff. I mean, if you're really cool, you're ATAC,
Yeah, so I see that now. That's like shows my age, but I was still like, oh my God, people are integrating ATAC.
Yeah. Or if you're really, really cool, prime infill. My homies over there.
I don't even know what that is.
Prime infill, dude. They're super cool dudes. That, like shit. LA SWAT guys, different SWAT teams and stuff. They came up with a mission planning software.
Oh, okay.
That is just out of this world, man. And that's what I was saying. Like, or if you're really cool, prime infill, because you can take it anywhere. It's a software.
Oh, so it's just like you just got on your cell phone or something like that?
It could be that. It could be on a computer screen in your office.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you could do mission planning on the bed of a truck, right on freaking from the SP point, So it's like,
have to check that out.
Yeah,
I'm still a gear queer at heart.
Yeah. So this plate that's designed for this system is, I say for, but it's actually designed together. So it's not one is designed for the other. It was designed at the same time, like
together.
Like the let me see if I can get this lighting right.
Oh, you got it. Yep. Right there you go.
Like the density of this material is specific to how this plate is designed. So now you have a 1/2 inch thick plate instead of an inch plus, and then you're still adding to it to get some breathability or, fabric mesh. Well, as soon as you start sweating, fabric mesh clogs up and it doesn't work anymore. This is hydrophobic.
Yeah.
And there's nothing that can, it doesn't close. It also.
So you're saying because of getting wet, because this material doesn't absorb or whatever, or it flows.
Or this material.
And that flows through. Yeah.
This material doesn't get wet. I mean, it doesn't hold
moisture.
Yeah, it doesn't hold moisture because it's essentially a TPU, a thermoplastic.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Hold on one second.
Talk about that thing. I'm sorry, I got more excited about this than some of my deployment stuff.
No, I'm glad. This is my camera set. I talked about it to happen. Very rarely, but my camera just shit out on me, which is it's
all right.
I don't know why I did that. Told you it happened. Some of these long ones, we're already at 4 hours. But
are we really?
Yep.
Sorry, bro.
No. Don't be sorry. This is what this is about. No, not at all. No. I'm glad.
Droning parts off because I started losing myself.
No,
a
you're
couple
good.
times.
I'm actually very happy because I wanted to get this because I was like, oh, I'm gonna show this camera, and my camera wasn't on. So, which is fine. Everything's still recording.
Yeah.
So this will be. I won't even edit this out. But I want to take this. I want to say that now that I know.
Yeah.
This is light as shit. This is insane.
1.9 pounds.
This is wild how, because I have body armor that I took to Ukraine in there, and this is incredible. I'm not even saying that to hype you up. But I'm like, wow, this is insanely light. This is level 3, correct?
Well, there's a new standard that's about to come out, whatever that. I think my ball fell out, my metal testicle. No.
Or whatever.
So technically, what's replacing level 3 is what that is.
Oh, got it. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. But that's what I mean. This is the standard.
Yeah.
That's awesome. God, that's insanely light. I can see why guys are loving this stuff.
No one's really seen this yet.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
So this is new.
This is all brand new. Like the first place we showed it was last week at Texas Tactical Police Officers
I can't
Association.
get over how light this is.
TTPOA.
Like legitimately, this is insane how light this is. I'm not used to this.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm used to literally 16, 17 years ago, 18, 20 years ago, like large plates, heavy as hell.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely. That's why we want to make sure we're designing for the mission, you know, and not just go, oh, well, you should buy this one because, I mean, ultimately it's because it makes them more margin.
Yeah.
Level 4s are cheaply made. So they are by far the highest margin.
And just to make sure, emphasize that while we're talking about this is all you make this personally in house.
Yeah,
100% USA made. I mean,
USA
it's like
made everything.
Everything. Like we were talking about it last night. You're like, no, I do whatever your process. You cook it. You do whatever whatever it is. This is completely done in house, 100%. USA made.
A lot of I can't say 100%. Like the material it's made out of usually comes from, well, not usually. We only use two. It's either Honeywell or Dyneema. And those are the biggest brands in there. It's just we know how to process it maybe a little bit differently that squeezes out a little bit more performance and stuff without using buzzwords and stuff. You know, it's just.
But I'm saying it's made
in Texas.
Yeah, in Texas. Yeah. You're not shipping them from China. You're
no,
not shipping.
no.
That's what I meant.
Yeah,
like clearly materials, whatever they come from, but like this is 100%
well,
tested.
Honeywell and Dyneema's they have manufacturing facilities in the U.S. and we buy the models that are U.S. made.
Yep.
And that was a big deal for me. Like I wanted everything to be U.S. And then especially with us, man, like that just on the. I don't even want to call it a downside because it's not a downside. Like it's just we're not going to be everyone's brand. Like I understand you can't afford it. Like I understand that. It's not for just people to be. This is real. Yeah. Real for.
This is for
real
Instagram.
Stuff,
this is the real guy. This is the real deal. I literally can't get over how late this is.
So really, with this whole kit,
crazy.
man, it's made to work together.
Yeah.
And so this material's density is made for the back face deformation measurements of this plate. So it all works and has been lab tested as a system to work together. Whereas normally you would have to have like this, and then like a soft armor piece behind it, and or a plate that's an inch plus thick. You know, this is a way to get a very thin, lightweight armor package and the breathability. And it's really great under load because you can't, the way this is made and engineered, you can't crush it. So the pathways are never closed.
Oh, okay.
And that's one thing I found about the other company that I was going to do stuff with was it was easy to close it. Like it was easy just to crush it, and it was like, well, what's it doing when it's under load? This is what's going on. Where's the air going then? It's not going anywhere because now it's just all closed. This won't do that.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. That's awesome. I mean, like I said, it's awesome to hear some new systems that are coming or like thinking outside the box. Like
I think the reason why we get the like this idea, for example, I think we're the ones that came up with that because we have been on both sides of the engineering, the design, and as a wearer, and know the NIJ standards of what works and what what passes, what doesn't pass. Like being able to know all that and be involved in every aspect is how ideas like this can come up. Man.
Yeah, exactly.
Like there's plenty of mesh on plate carriers. This isn't mesh. Like that's just fabric.
Yeah. We were talking about last night, like the old school guys would like throw on like this. It wasn't a chain of art, but it was like a chain of mesh.
Yeah, yeah.
To like just give a little bit of cooling. I remember guys just like throw it on and then they throw their kit on top of that. Yeah.
There's been add-ons. There's ones that you can put inside your plate bag, and it's like, well, you're putting another layer between yourself and the material. So is it really doing anything? So I wanted it to make sure it was closest to the body as possible. And still work as a system with the plate. So like when we do offer this, I mean, it's not even on the website.
Yeah. I saw the one little post on Instagram. It was like the VS. What's it called? The VS? SVS vest or whatever. The SVS. I was like, oh, all right.
The Stratus Vapor System. And then...
And it's cool to talk about you put in a patent for this too.
Yeah. So this is patented. I didn't want to put it out in public until we had a patent pending.
Solid patent. Yeah, patent.
Yeah. And so now basically what this is going to cover is anything being added to like a plate carrier or a vest that works with the armor system for its performance, we own that.
That's awesome.
So it can never be done by anybody else.
That's sick. That's cool. Got to come to you. Got to come TAC 11.
Yeah. So we have plans to do like a law enforcement vest with a similar mindset. I haven't been a cop, you know, and Randy's never been a cop. So now we have two guys, super homies at this point. They're both on, one's a K9 dude out of Florida. Brandon just did the TTPOA event with us, came up as basically a guest. He did all of his own research on our website about the product. I was like, dang, I can leave this dude alone. I can go actually use the bathroom at an event.
Nice.
Wow. That's trust, man. He knocked it out of the park, man. And it was such a blessing too, man, because I found out like he's a Christian dude too, and it just somehow came together in a way that where we could support each other, like not just in the company, but also outside the company.
Yeah.
And then our first guy that we brought on for law enforcement stuff is Eric out of Irving SWAT. And he's our LE missions advisor. Like, I don't want salespeople. We're not selling anything. We will tell you
what it does.
We will tell you what it does, and we will tell you what it's designed to do. But we're not going to sell you anything because it's got to meet your mission need first. And if it doesn't, well, it's not the right tool. You know, and our theory is if you're holding a box of screws, I'm not going to come offer you a hammer.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
But, you know, there are plenty of companies out there just sell you whatever you ask for, just order takers. That's not us, man.
Yeah.
So we're solutions.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
This is super cool. I mean, yeah, I'm blown away by it. Like, we were talking last night, but it's awesome to see it in hand because you do look at these like guys like me, like, oh, I'll go to tax sites every once in a while. And like I said, I was in the sniper platoon. We were all gear queer, so we had like the backpacks. I had like 3 different rigs. Like, you know, I was always getting new stuff. Like, does this work? And it really was. It wasn't even like, hey, I want something cool. It's like, what works? I'd buy something didn't work.
Yep.
Or I'd buy this.
Or some of it worked, but then you had to change something about it.
Exactly. Yep. And it was always like cool. But at that time in 2000, you know, I was 05 to 09. But by 07, 08, it was like, dude, everything was rolling. Like I had, what was the Tac Taylor rucks?
Yeah.
I had 2 of those. You know, like you're willing to spend $350 if it works.
If it works.
It works. It's worth it. And I had kits. We were talking about the other, I know you were laughing, but the Recon Commando rig.
Oh, yeah.
From Black Hawk, you know?
Well, I didn't laugh.
But you're like,
I laughed because of the era.
Yeah, the era of it. 100%. But like that rig.
Because that's what was known.
Yeah, I live and die by that rig. Like I swear by that rig. But that was also a rig that it was like, they didn't build it for it, but it worked in the mountains of Afghanistan. You needed a lot of ammo. You needed to be light. And it was like, you can stack it and off you're running, you know, like. So it's just knowing what you need for the mission is huge. And I think this is just, dude, I actually would have, you know, like just how
I didn't bring you
is.
plates. I brought you the carrier.
No, that's totally cool. Yeah, absolutely. I was like, yeah, carrier is amazing. I was like, if you would have brought me plates, I was like, holy shit.
Yeah. Well, I mean.
Yeah. No, this is amazing. This is great.
Yeah.
It's just crazy how light it is. I'm like shocked how light it is. And then you're looking at this system. And so I can understand why guys at the unit, you know, because we're with some dudes here from the unit as well for on the TV series. It's like, yeah, you know, you see your kit and you're like, dude, how fast they move. You know, I'm an infantry guy, so it's like, I'm like, okay, well,
a little bit more clunky.
It's like a little clunky. Where you're just like, hey, we need more stuff. Like they're doing, they got 3 mags and they're running in a building. They're trying to go as fast as they can. It's like infantry is like, you know, I need like 15 mags. We're gonna roll in. We need our water. Got our comms. We're gonna duke this out for a few hours.
Yep.
You know,
you got an RTO.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
Yeah.
Man, it's.
I got my backpack. Like we're here for the fight.
We're here for the fight, man. Until it's done.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Yeah,
it's a different mission set.
Exactly,
with,
it's a different mission
infantry.
set.
It's like, okay, you're gonna go and engage and destroy the enemy, however long that takes.
Yep.
Whereas the soft community is like, hey, you're going to do this one specific thing.
Yeah, very fast, very precise,
and,
surgical.
Yeah, surgical. And I know more special operators now than I did when I was in, dude. Like, I try to earn it every day, and that's the other part, man. Is you don't ever assume you keep a relationship with anyone. Like you always try to earn it, and do your part. You know what I mean? If the other person doesn't do their part, then the relationship doesn't work, right?
Yep.
If you don't do your part, relationship don't work. But now that I've in that community, earning their trust and their friendship and stuff like that, man, has been awesome. And a lot of these guys, man, are out there really outspoken of how, like, you know, God's changed their life and stuff. You know, Kyle Morgan, Chris Fettis are homies, dude, and they're out there, you know, spreading some really good word and with their experience as operators.
Yeah.
You know, and that's not a community you would kind of associate with that.
Yeah.
So that's really a big part of our mission too. And it's just showing how life can change when there's a aspect of God being in your life. You could be struggling with one thing, man, and not that there won't be struggles either way. It's just different, man.
Yeah.
Like, I don't worry about TAC 11, dude. I don't. No advertising ever. Not $1 spent on an ad. And we're 6 years, going to 7 years now, and have designed plates for agency, the building, you know, done the Jordanian Special Forces, the, you know, big Texas law enforcement, dude. You know, you don't get bigger than Texas DPS SWAT and Texas Ranger SOG. Like, that's just the cream of the crop.
Yeah.
Law enforcement. Like, everybody in the country knows Texas Rangers. You know what I mean? You know, so earning those relationships and earning the respect through also the gear, and who, you know, God made me to be a different person than the douchebag I was early in my Army days, you know, because I was big douche, you know, big douche, if Minion said it, right?
Yeah.
So we want that to come out first, because that's the most important. People's lives are, every life's important.
Yeah.
Like, I get small teams. Hey, it's only a small team of us, so I know it's not a big order. I was like, stop. It doesn't matter. I don't care. Like, money comes and goes. I can't take it with me when I die.
Yeah.
You know? So we just try to do some really cool stuff that helps, man, that actually is real world operationally used, and then also show who we are because of who God made us to be, man.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, it's a great mission.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah. And it's not shoving down anyone's throat, man. It's just being an example, you know, and let them ask why, you know?
Yeah.
Super. It's, like I said, man, it feels like I'm still serving is really what it is. And I'm really happy to do it. If I can afford to do it for free, I probably would.
yeah. So
Military retirement's not like, you know, it's not it doesn't give you a cushy lifestyle, but it helps.
It helps, yeah. So I get the margins here.
Yeah.
No, that's awesome.
Yeah.
So what's in the future for TAC 11? I mean, this is a big part.
This is a big part of the future.
Yeah,
this is a big part of the future. This has only been seen in public one other time, and that was last week.
So ahead of the curve.
Yeah. So this is a bigger platform than it's sitting at a booth. You know what I mean? So this is really special. I think it's a big part of our future, especially now that it's been all proven on a scientific level of how it works as a system. And that means soft armor systems, we can actually make the soft armor even thinner and lighter than what we already do. And putting that into a law enforcement capacity, like they like to wear vests. Everyone, unless you're like on SWAT or like K9 or SRT, you're more likely in a vest, and then they call it carrier. So I always get it mixed up. I'm like, yeah, we do soft armor. They're like, oh, great. Do you have carriers? I go, yeah, we got plate carriers. We'll make a plate carrier.
Yeah.
But their verbiage for carrier is for the soft armor.
It's like the big bulky. Yeah.
But I don't know cop language as much, so I'm thinking vest.
Yeah.
To us, there's a big difference, vest, plate carrier. But they call both a carrier.
Yeah.
It's not wrong. It's just not what I'm
used to.
Yeah. So I'm still working through that. Other things we got on the horizon. One of our main goals for this year is to develop a shield, an entry shield.
Oh, okay.
So Eric, the Irving SWAT, he's still active law enforcement guy. So he does TAC 11 stuff kind of on a side gig because I told him, I was like, look, you want to get your feet wet in this industry, you can use TAC 11 for that. Like, I already checked up on you. Everyone thinks you're a good dude. It sucks you're more handsome than me. So therefore, we're going to maintain that COVID 6 foot distance where you can't be 6 feet from me or within 6 feet from me because you're too freaking handsome. And he's just a solid dude, man. Yeah. Solid dude. And I've been very careful of who's involved with TAC 11 because that mission, the bigger mission, is more important than selling armor. So therefore, if you can't represent what that bigger mission is, it's not something I want in the company. Yeah. Doesn't mean you have to be like a Christian dude to work at the company.
He has to be a good dude.
But there has to be some of those intangibles that align, right? And Eric embodies that. He's like a complete gear nerd. He knows what works, what doesn't work in law enforcement world. He's super excited to help design this shield, and it's not going to be your typical shield that's on the market now. It's everything's going to be those 3 pillars I talked about, and it has to meet all 3 of those and give that tactical advantage, and that's what we're going to shoot for this year as well.
That's sick.
So the soft armor, law enforcement vest, and a shield are 2 of our main goals for this year. Yeah,
and I imagine if it's as light as this stuff, you're gonna have a pretty sweet shield. So pretty light shield.
Yeah. I'm actually thinking about what this design and just incorporate that as a shield because I mean, it'd be really lightweight. Actually, it would be square foot wise. It would actually be lighter than this because shields don't have like a back face deformation measurement requirement. Plus, we'll have like a forearm pad and stuff like that.
Yeah, so, the way you hold on.
Yeah,
they have to have like a piece of glass, I imagine, or whatever to look through.
The viewport. The viewport. Yeah. I didn't know how important that was. Like I said, they didn't give us shields in Iraq, dude.
No. There's no shields in Iraq. No. Nope. Actually, I do remember there was one shield. It was a blast shield, but it weighed like 600 pounds and it was on wheels. It had like bulletproof, and then you would like have to wheel it to the vehicle checkpoint, and you're kind of behind that. You're like, all right, man, if a V-bid goes off, we're fucked. Anyways.
Totally.
But it was like enough for like bullets and maybe whatever. But
small arm stuff.
Yeah.
And we also have a goal of taking in more strategic partners as far as resale partners goes. Like we just got Axel Advanced. They're pretty popular on Instagram and stuff, and then they only work with top tier brands. Some of the best dudes in the industry, as far as I'm concerned, man. And those conversations have been great. So having like Faro, Axel Advanced, in our, and then we have SRS Tactical, and those are just relationships. Like they don't just sign up and go, okay, here's the pricing. No. Like, we got to get to know each other first. Everything starts on if you're not local, everything's a video call. We give each other an opportunity to at least feel each other out on a personal level. Because maybe you had a company, right? And you're looking at potentially offering TAC 11. It would be unfair for you to find out I was the biggest douche after you've already attached your brand name to ours. Like, that sucks in business. So what this actually process is to give both parties an opportunity to feel that out on video calls. Because I rarely talk about business when I do those calls. It's mostly just, hey man, what's up, man?
Yeah.
Oh, you're from, and then I find we find ways to converse about some things that we have things in common.
Yeah. And
you get a good feel of who they are as a person. The business comes after that because we don't want just everyone offering it. And then we put them through a class of how to correctly talk about armor. And if they're not willing to do that class, then sorry, you're not the right fit. If you're not willing to learn and talk about it correctly, no. Because there's companies out there using words like nanocomposite technology, which is another fancy word to say graphene.
Yeah.
Graphene doesn't do anything in what the capacity in the armor world. Like, it's just buzzword crap, dude. And it makes it sound special.
Yeah.
And it's not.
Yeah.
Like, it's not. Most of the engineers are like here when they hear that company name, they just kind of chuckle about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, freaking whatever.
Yeah.
But there's tons of companies out there like, oh, well, look, we developed this plate that floats. One, I can smell a Chinese plate at this point. I know exactly how it's wrapped. The curvature of each point on the plate, I can tell. The materials they use for the wrap, how it's done. Just having like a big logo on the front, and then it's a front sticker and a back sticker with a stretchy material around the edge. Dude, it's freaking Chinese. The specs alone, and if you could sell a plate for $200 and make money, it's Chinese.
Yeah.
Like I can't get materials together for $200 and make a plate, let alone make money off of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
So, just know.
And your standard's $2,100 a plate.
Yeah. Well, that's for not this model.
No, not this model,
but one of them.
But
one
you're
of
talking
them.
about the floating.
Yeah,
plate,
that
so
one's very specific, and it's the only one in the world. I could probably sell it for more because of who it's for. It's like, well, yeah, that's the right tool. But at the same time, it's not right in my mind. Just because they will buy it for that doesn't mean we should sell it for that much. Like this system here, we don't even have. It's so new. We haven't even figured out the final pricing for the system because you're not gonna be able to buy this plate by itself because it's specifically made to work for that system. Right. And you can't buy this carrier by itself.
Yeah, so that means I have to. When it comes, I have to buy this.
Yeah, you do.
Buy it all together.
We're not good at running sales, i.e., never have ran a sale.
Yeah.
There's never a buy one get one 50% off. There's never 10% off with the code. Blah 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 blah. There's none of that. We respect our brand and our end users more than to do stuff like that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying other companies don't respect them, but at the end of the day. That's how we decided to do it.
Yeah, you tailor it to the operators. You tailor it, which is awesome. Like it's like Tech Tailor because they were they were a brand, but it's like Tactical Tailor. But it really is. It's like this is
that was a long-standing.
Are they gone now?
Well, it's less.
It's
seen.
Less seen. Yeah. Than They were like one of the first back in the '90s, I think.
And Eagle Industries and stuff. Yeah.
Yep.
But we're we're seeing like a leapfrog in the industry, and I think Faro Concepts is a part of that. And being, if you talk to them, they're like, "Oh yeah, we've done okay." I'm like, roll my eyes. I'm like, "Homie, you did more than okay. You're doing more than okay.
You're doing pretty damn good."
The brand's really, really out there, and don't sell yourself short. But they've become some of my closest friends, man. I can't. The relationship there is so solid, man, that, we do stuff for our dealer partners that other companies won't, just because it's about the relationship. Recently, so Hillsborough County, Florida is a big customer of Faro, and they have one of our models through Faro. And some of the plates that are still in stock, you just scan them with the barcode and stuff because when you have a purchase in the system, it tells you these serial numbers are a part of this shipment. And so if it's in stock, then it's a possibility of getting scanned. And I meant to set these 3 plates aside as just kind of more for individual sales. And it ended up going to the Hillsborough County SWAT. And they were going through the shipment, and they're like, "Oh, we found 3 that were like made in December of last year, and here we're in at the time March." That's not lining up with how we do our purchasing and stuff because we want them all, the warranty to expire at the same time.
Yeah.
And they were like, "Can we exchange these?" And I was like, "Well, we don't accept armor back, so there is no exchange." The reason why we do that is so that there's 0 chance of an end user ever getting a plate that's ever been out of our positive control. Once you get a plate, no one's ever touched it before. It was made usually like 3 days prior or a week prior or something like that, never longer than that. And I was like, "You can't exchange them, but we will just send you the 3 plates." Like, "Really?" And like, "Yeah." mean, told Pharaoh, like, dude, we'll just send it to him. Do you want me to send them to you first, or do you want them sent straight to your client? He goes, man, if you just send them straight to them, cool. I'm like, all right. So, I mean, those little things, every now and then, we'll get a dealer that has a pretty good opportunity and just randomly say, hey, man, we're just going to go ahead and give you another 5% off your dealer price. You've been pretty good, whatever. Communication's big. And so we just randomly do stuff like that for our dealer partners. And it's so it's not just you bought, we get money, waiting for the next one. We're active. There's been departments even on the East Coast where their requirement was level 4 plates. And it was going through one of our dealer partners, and he was like, man, but I really want them to have your stuff. You don't make level 4s. What do I do? I go, get me on the phone with them. Let's have a video call. So the team leader of that SWAT team gets on a video call with us, with the dealer as well, and I run them through the data. I was like, here's the thing, man. Here's why we don't have a level 4. And unless you can give me other data that we don't already have, this is the way it is. He goes, dude, that makes so much sense. Let me go back to the chief and tell him, this data stuff that you guys have. Dude, a week later, they come back and goes, yep, changed our whole department requirements, no longer require level 4. Like, some of them will get it. Others don't. Like, this system here, we've had a couple dudes come up to the booth, and then they squish it a little bit, and they go, oh, I saw that like 6 months ago. And I go, I literally made that 14 hours ago and invented it last week.
Yeah.
And it's like, why do that? I don't understand. Had another dude, I'm trying to explain the system to him at the booth, and he stops me like mid-sentence. Hey, can I get a sticker? And I was like, yes, grab a sticker, and then get out of my face.
Do I get a sticker?
Yeah. I actually put them in my pocket so I wouldn't forget. Yeah. So there should be another one.
Nice.
Like that.
This is what really matters. Is the sticker.
So here's one that's just, the brand.
TAC 11.
TAC 11.
TAC 11.
This one's really cool. It's kind of a silhouette of an operator that we superimposed a death, basically. The Grim Reaper.
Oh, okay.
And then I'm pretty sure I have a Rob Boss.
Okay.
Rob Boss is a character that we made because we can't say Bob Ross.
Yep. You say it on here.
Yeah. Well, I can say the name, but I can't
sell it. Yeah.
And it's basically him as a skeleton with his, Bob Ross freaking afro.
Yeah,
and he's painting our plate carrier in Multicam Tropic on his easel. It's really dope. And we have a T-shirt of it, too.
That's sick.
Yeah.
So this...
I may not have it. I'll have to look for it
it's
later.
all good. No worries. And so just, I guess, for people listening or watching, so this is hitting the market soon, or, you know what I mean? Like, or is... Yeah, I'm just...
Yeah.
What's the timelines on these? Or, because I saw you guys were coming soon, but what's your... Or is it made to order, or like what's your guys'...
Most of it's made to order. Okay. Like, we don't have finished plates sitting on stock. Like, we have semi-finished plates. Like the part that takes the most time is like getting materials in and pressing it and cutting it. So we keep the pressed material and cut to shape, that part sitting on the shelf, so that when someone does get a plate from us, I mean, it's literally made by the time they get it, it's 3 days ago. And we don't stock a bunch because we're more focused on like team size, so we keep enough pre-pressed that could outfit a team usually, but not always. But our online sales and stuff like that, like I said, we're just not that brand that not that brand where get a ton of online sales, just because it's mostly department and team purchases. You're more than welcome. We're always glad to have homies. Like, dude, I try to talk to everybody that buys even online, even if it's just a message. Hey, brother, thanks for the support. How did you hear about TAC 11, man? I'd love to hear about it. And we get on a phone call. There's a dude that called from Alaska the other day that runs Phalanx Academy. And then we just started broing out a little bit outside of gear. And then we started talking about family life, dude. And then I said something that apparently meant a lot to him because he texted me later that night. I gave him my cell phone number. And what I told him, because we were talking about personal life stuff and marriage, and I was like, man, there's something I learned recently, like the past 4 years, like 4 years ago, that when it comes to my marriage, winning an argument, your team loses. Like if I win, our team loses. My wife wins, our team still loses. So I'll try to come to these disagreements with the mindset of how does our team win? He goes, oh, bro, that was deep. That was way too deep for talking about gear. And I'm like, oh, I apologize, my man. But he texted me later, man. He screenshotted a text message to his wife, man.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, here's something I learned today from a new friend of mine. And I really think it's a mentality that we could take into our relationship, man. Yeah. So, dude, it's just awesome to see how stuff that I've messed up on in the past is helping someone else. You know?
That's good though.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So TAC 11 is just a different type of company. When it comes down to it, the customer service, like we don't advertise so that we can give the end user that attention, even if it's not about gear. Sometimes if you want to bro out, man, freaking bro out some.
Oh, yeah.
But what we don't do is advertise so that people that think they are Mr. Rambo and stuff that are. And I'm not, look, civilians should be prepared. They really should. There's nothing wrong with that. You got to get your mindset right, man. If you see on our website, this, one of our plates is $1,095 for one, and that's the most popular plate that moves. And you're telling me, well, my budget's $300, and you saw nothing on our website for $300, and I'm not sure what this conversation's for. If all you're just going to do is try to get me to come down on price.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, is that this one the new engine or like the 1095 or whatever that's
no, it's not that one. It's brother. I'll say that because they're designed similarly with similar materials.
And this one is designed for this one, correct?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So it's like
the other one's just a plate that you can put in any plate carrier.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. But it's 2.2 pounds, where this one's like right at 2 or 1.9.
Okay.
Yeah.
That still blows my mind.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah. Just the plates in general blow my mind.
Well, what we're used to, man. The old
exactly.
Sappies, dude. Yeah. And later I found out that those plates weren't even rated to be a standalone solution anyway.
Yeah.
Like you had to wear your freaking issued vest with it too. And I was like, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Well, like the ones I have in there, those are heavy as shit. Like they're very heavy. Like I paid like $300 or maybe like $400 for the set, or something like that.
Yeah. You probably got Chinese plates.
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a quick purchase turnaround, but like I need something like tomorrow,
Well, one thing I did notice, man, is being in the industry is, especially from vets, man, they're the first one to say, oh, America first. And then when it comes to actually proving it and getting American-made gear, nope. They go straight for the Chinese stuff, man.
Yeah. This is all. I mean, this stuff it's legit.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Well, anything else you want to cover here? We're wrapping up here. We're gonna be wrapping up here, but 4.5 hours. Is there? Do you want to talk more, or where people find you, or?
Well, TAC11.com. We're so TAC and then the number 11, Tango Alpha Charlie, number 11.com is our website. TAC dot and then spell out 11. Unfortunately, I couldn't get the person that had TAC 11 on Instagram to give it up, even though there's one photo on there and then never touched it again. So spell out 11. So TAC dot 11 on Instagram. Diogo does a phenomenal job at Beware Media with our social media stuff, but we are hard line on not paying for ads. We totally want that organic word, being passed. We also, dude, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention a super homie as well that used to come to my garage when I first had the idea for TAC 11, man. and he's Will Berry at Stuffs and Pews on Instagram, and I didn't know how famous he was, dude. Stuffs and Pews. Amazing shooter, man. Amazing shooter. He's in law enforcement as well on the tactical side of things. To say, I'll probably leave it at that because I don't want to go further into it. Really good dude, man, that I've prayed with about stuff, and he's a big reason also why Pharaoh and us has such a good relationship. And so it's really, when it comes down to business, on at least in my experience, it's been relationships, man. Yeah. If you try to skin a cat, like you might skin it once, but you're not getting returns. You're not getting homies, So if I could just give any word of advice, man, is, work on personal character and have a personal integrity that can't be bought. And then that brings people in your life, man, that want to genuinely help. Yeah. Whether if that's your emotional state, your mental state, or in a business. Like, just don't be on a one-way street. Figure out how to be on a two-way street where you're not always on a take. And that's one of my personal goals. Like, I never always want to be on a take. And it's just really super important, in anyone's life to have that outlook, man. Yeah. So, yeah, dude, that's
that's a great way to end it. Yeah, actually, absolutely.
Yeah,
it's an awesome life philosophy.
Man, it's all been hard lessons learned, man. It's and on a super personal level, being that super douche early in my Army days, man. What God's done in my heart, dude, it's just been nothing short of a miracle.
Hell yeah.
Definitely wouldn't be in a position I'm in. I see TAC 11 as this. It's not my company, dude. Dude, this is, I'm just watching over it until God says, do something else, or I have something else for you. So even if it flops for some reason, I don't worry about it, dude. Yeah. I just see money come in, see money go. You got to pay the bills, not just personal bills, but the business bills.
Yeah.
And there's times it's gotten close, man.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, oh, this PO or this invoice still needs paid. This invoice still needs paid. I'm still waiting on this one to come in. I hope the one coming in beats these, because it's like got that close.
Yeah.
But then something awesome would just happen. And that's why I'm saying, man, I'm just watching over it till God has something else for me, dude. Because it's His company, dude. Like, there's no way to explain it. The way it started and the way it grew, there's no explanation for it, man. Yeah. There's just really not. Yeah.
That's hell. Well, dude, I appreciate you talking about the journey.
Yeah,
this is awesome. Like, I'm absolutely stoked that you came on today.
Thanks,
dude. Happy for coming out, and thank you for coming on. I mean, seriously, you guys reached out to me, so I'm very happy about this.
Well, when you do some good stuff, it gets recognized, and so when my homie was like, dude, I gotta get you on this podcast, and I was like, okay,
let's do it,
because this is, if you talk about business side, this is better than paid ads, because this is exactly what I want to get across. It's not just, there's no multi-millionaire that is now putting a bunch of money in marketing and selling Chinese stuff. Like, that's the easy route.
Yeah.
That's not what I picked.
Yeah.
It is not. Well, by far, it is not.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping the word gets out.
Yeah. Well, I'm trusting you.
It's like, you better get a bunch of million views on this one. No,
I hope it ends up giving you a lot of views.
Well, I hope it ends up pushing people your way, because I know, this will go up, and I'll do my best on labeling it. But like the long form stuff, when you start, you can go into YouTube and stuff like that, or find out more about TAC 11. That's what I'm hoping this section is more than just a 2-minute explainer. It's like, oh, this is the ethos behind TAC 11. This is the quality, and this is what separates you from every other company, and truly does. Like, I I see all this and I'm like, this is different than what you're seeing out there, and innovative, and it benefits the
there's
operator.
so many plate carriers out there.
Exactly.
Man.
Yeah,
And
you throw a rock, you hit a plate carrier.
You have to find a way to answer issues and do it in a different way.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what usually happens when I'm sitting on the toilet, man. I just have an idea and I go, I got to write this down before I forget. But then I stop doing everything else until I get to a point where I'm like, okay, this is at least close that I can actually not have to worry about it right now, that I can come back to it. Now, if it's just an idea in my head and I go, yeah, I'll come back to that. Dude, I ain't got time to come back for that. You know? So I actually have to stop what I'm doing. So this system put us, well, we're really fast on turnaround for the, majority of the stuff, but this took a precedence over doing some other work in the shop. And I think this is a innovative way to answer solutions that just there's not a really good answer for.
Yeah.
You know?
It's awesome. I'm excited to see where it goes.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
As far as it being on the website, I have to talk to Sean and see when we can get it up on the webpage. I have to talk to Beware Media of where we are on other photos, for the webpage. But I really think I need to do a video on it explaining it instead of it just being photos on the website.
Like I said, what's nice is you came out and you explained it here, but even having your guys' own explainer, it'd be like, this is why. Because when you described it to me, I was like,
it's hard to imagine.
I was like, I kind of got it.
It's different.
Yeah, I was like, oh, and now that I've seen it, I'm like, oh, got it. Like in person, this is why people are raving, or this is why, like the tier 1 guys are like, oh my god, yeah, like that makes so much sense, like 100% now, 100%. Well, awesome, bro. Well, thanks for coming on.
Yeah, I appreciate it, brother.
Yeah.
I've had fun, bro.
Thank you. Thanks for the gift. And then obviously go check out tac11.com, right? And then tac.11 on Instagram. And thank you.
Yeah, brother. Be good.
Yeah, I will.